Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are starting shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly take your seats. We are starting the program shortly. Thank you. Dear guests, please take your seats. We are starting in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting the program shortly. Please kindly take your seats. We are starting.
strengthening regional manufacturing and ensuring equitable access to essential health products. Since its launch, WLPF has united experts from over 100 countries, driving solutions to transform local production. And now, the journey continues here in Abu Dhabi. Welcome to the third World Local Production Forum under the theme Advancing Local Production for Health Equity, Global Health Security and Sustainable Development. Where ideas meet action and innovation fuels progress. Over the next 3 days, decision makers from governments, international organizations, financial institutions, private sector, and academia will come together to shape the future of global health security. Because WLPF is not just a forum, it's a movement. A movement committed to strengthening global health security and expanding access to essential medicines. Thank you for being part of this mission. Welcome to the Third World Local Production Forum, where you are part of a global movement.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed leaders, and valued partners, welcome to the grand opening of the Third World Local Production Forum 2025. My name is Emma Sargsyan. I will be the Master of Ceremony for this event. It is a true honor for me to stand before you today as we convene in the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and global progress. This year, in cooperation with Emirates Drug Establishment in the United Arab Emirates and under the theme of advancing local production for health equity, global health security and sustainable development, we embark on a journey to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the need for resilient, self-sustaining health systems that serve every community everywhere. Over the coming days, this platform will bring together the world's foremost policymakers, industry pioneers, researchers, and health advocates to engage in transformative dialogue, share pioneering solutions, and forge strategic partnerships that will redefine the future of local production in the healthcare sector. And now, to mark the official opening of this momentous gathering, we are privileged to hear from some of the most distinguished voices shaping the global health agenda. It is my distinct honor to welcome to the stage a visionary leader who has been at the forefront of shaping the future of healthcare and public well-being in the United Arab Emirates. As the Cabinet Member, Minister of Health and Prevention, His Excellency Abdulrahman bin Mohammed Al Owais has played a pivotal role in strengthening the nation's healthcare system, driving innovation in medical services, and championing public health initiatives that resonate far beyond the borders of the UAE. His Excellency's dedication to excellence, sustainability, and international collaboration continues to position the UAE as a global leader in health resilience and preparedness. Please join me in warmly welcoming to the stage His Excellency Abdulrahman bin Mohammed Al Owais, Minister of Health and Prevention, United Arab Emirates.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And for some dear friends, bonjour. And for some other dear friends, guten Tag or guten Morgen. please reach your translation headset. I'm going to deliver my speech in Arabic. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في افتتاح النسخة الثالثة من المنتدى العالمي للإنتاج المحلي. وإنه لمن دواعي الفخر أن تستضيف دولة الإمارات هذا المنتدى بالشراكة مع منظمة الصحة العالمية. يمثل هذا الملتقى العالمي محطة مهمة في مسيرتنا نحو تعزيز الوصول العادل إلى الأدوية واللقاحات والتقنيات الصحية، وهي غاية تقع في صميم الصحة العالمية والتنمية المستدامة على حد سواء. ويجسد المنتدى الأهمية البارزة للشراكات الاستراتيجية البناءة والتعاون المثمر بين مؤسسة الإمارات للدواء ومنظمة الصحة العالمية، كما أن هذا الحدث البارز يعكس التزامنا بتعزيز الإنتاج المحلي ومرونة سلاسل التوريد والارتقاء بمستوى التعاون الدولي الفعال. وباسم دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة أعبر عن بالغ الاعتزاز بالإنجازات التي تحققت لترسيخ مكانة الدولة كمركز موثوق للابتكار في مجال الصناعات الدوائية والطبية. وبفضل قيادتنا الرشيدة نحن ماضون في تعزيز التزامنا بدفع عجلة التقدم في هذا القطاع الحيوي. ولذلك فإن استثماراتنا المتواصلة تهدف إلى توسيع نطاق قدرات التصنيع المحلي وتطويرها، بالإضافة إلى دعم منظومات البحث والتطوير وتعزيزها والالتزام برفع المعايير الدولية في تطوير وإنتاج وتوزيع المنتجات الطبية ذات الجودة العالية. الحضور الكرام، إن دولة الإمارات تعمل وفق استراتيجيات واضحة على دمج التقنيات المتقدمة في شتى جوانب الإنتاج الصحي، بدءا من البحث والتطوير مرورا بمراقبة الجودة ووصولا إلى التوزيع. ويشمل ذلك توظيف تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والاستفادة من البيانات الضخمة وتطبيق أنظمة التصنيع الذكي. كما نسعى جاهدين من خلال استراتيجيتنا الوطنية للابتكار المتقدم إلى تقليل البصمة البيئية لقطاع الرعاية الصحية انسجاما مع أهدافنا الاستراتيجية في مجال الاستدامة والحفاظ على البيئة. وفيما نواصل مسيرتنا الطموحة لمواكبة التوجهات الاستراتيجية لقيادتنا الحكيمة نحو ترسيخ مكانة الإمارات كمركز عالمي رائد لعلوم الحياة، فإننا نسعى لبناء حلول عالمية تلبي احتياجات المجتمع، ونطمح إلى إيجاد تناغم بناء بين الاستثمار والابتكار من جهة، وبين السياسات وأثرها الملموس على حياة الناس من جهة أخرى. ومن هذا المنطلق فإن استضافة المنتدى العالمي للإنتاج المحلي 2025 هنا في دولة الإمارات العربية تحمل في طياتها رسالة ذات أبعاد استراتيجية مستدامة، تتمثل في أن الإنتاج المحلي يتخطى كونه أولوية صحية، إذ أصبح ضرورة تنموية ملحة، وأن العمل الجماعي والتعاون الدولي هما السبيل الأمثل لبناء عالم أكثر مرونة وشمولية وصحة للجميع. ختاماً أشكركم جميعاً على حضوركم، وأتطلع إلى النقاشات والحوارات البناءة لتحقيق أهداف هذا المنتدى المتميز. شكراً لكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an immense honor to introduce a global leader whose vision and unwavering commitment have shaped the course of global health policy. As the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros has been at the forefront of some of the most critical health challenges of our time, from pandemic response to advancing universal health care access. A champion of health equity, innovation, and local production, His leadership continues to drive transformative change, ensuring that healthcare is not a privilege, but a fundamental right for all. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. Attention to the screen.
Thank you very much, moderator. Shukran jazilan. Can you hear me? Honorable Minister Dr. Abdulrahman bin Mohammed Al Owais, Honorable Minister Dr. Tani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Heads of Delegation, dear colleagues and friends. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. I thank the United Arab Emirates for its collaboration in organizing this important event and its leadership in promoting local production. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you in person. As you may know, WHO's member states are meeting in Geneva today for the rest of this week for the final time to negotiate and hopefully conclude the pandemic agreement. That's why I couldn't join you, and I hope you will forgive me. The pandemic agreement aims to address the weaknesses exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic and the lessons it taught us. One of those lessons is that the concentration of manufacturing in just a handful of countries led to the article on transfer of technology know-how for the production of pandemic-related health products. The agreement will provide a vital instrument of international law to support enhanced local production, but we don't need to wait until it enters force to take action. WHO has worked on strengthening local production for many years using an ecosystem-wide approach, but that work intensified during the WHO transformation and COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, we launched the mRNA Technology Transfer Program. We launched the mRNA Technology Transfer Program in South Africa, which is now sharing technology from its base in South Africa with a network of 15 partner countries globally. And thank you to Minister Aaron for joining. WHO, with the medicines patent pool, has also secured the rights to a platform technology for rapid diagnostic tests for diseases like HIV and malaria, which we will sub-license to manufacturers. In 2023, we also established the WHO Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiative, including a global training hub in the Republic of Korea, which has helped to train over 7,000 participants globally. So, although we have made some progress, we still have a lot of work to do. Low and middle-income countries still face significant barriers in access and supply. This is made even more difficult to low-quality, ultimate, untimely data that prevents accurate demand forecasting. Other major challenges include affordable financing and limited research and development capacity. The proposed recommendations of this forum offer 4 things that governments, industry, associations, and other actors can do with the support of WHO and other partners to strengthen local production. First, build conducive ecosystems for local production through technology transfer, R&D, data sharing, regulatory strengthening, and more. Second, harness the power of digital technologies, AI and big data to drive the full production value chain from research to distribution of medicines. Third, make local production green by using energy-efficient technologies and sustainable procurement of raw materials. And fourth, build public-private partnerships across sectors to increase investment in R&D, manufacturing infrastructure, and workforce capacity. Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, my thanks again to the UAE for hosting this forum. As you know, today is the World Health Day, WHO's 77th birthday. It was on this day, the 7th of April in 1948, when the Constitution of the World Health Organization entered force. The Constitution was the first instrument of international law to affirm that the highest attainable standard of health is a fundamental right of every human. The right to health means the right to equitable access to the products to protect and promote it. Local production is about realizing that right. Thank you all for your dedication and commitment to equitable access and to a healthier, safer, fairer world for all people. Please also don't forget the pandemic agreement negotiation going on here in Geneva, and you can give your support from wherever you are. So shukran jazilan, thank you very much.
Now I would like to ask the VIPs in the front row to join us on the stage for the photo shoot. Thank you very much. As we gather here today to explore forward-thinking solutions and foster global collaboration, it is important to honor the continuity of vision and leadership that has been a part of this journey. We are now pleased to share a special message from the previous host country, the Netherlands. Representing a nation renowned for its progressive approach to public health and innovation, please join me in welcoming the address from Her Excellency Floor Agema, Minister of Health, Welfare and Sports from the Netherlands. Attention to the screen.
Dear colleagues, only 5 years ago the world was hugely affected by the emergence of a new and unknown virus. Our health, our freedom, our well-being. For some of you here it was never a given, and for others, like me, it has always been, but isn't a given anymore. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed the weaknesses in global supply chains. Shortages affected by everyone but some countries and communities suffered more than others. The lack of timely access to quality medicines is still a daily challenge that costs lives worldwide. We must support the development of viable and sustainable regional production, as underlined at the Second World Local Production Forum in The Hague. Countries and regions all over the world, including Europe and therefore the Netherlands, need to become more autonomous and develop the capacity to produce the most critical medicines and medical products locally. Resilient supply chains and diversification are key to global health security. To increase production, we need to involve governments, regulators, private companies, and researchers. Harmonized regulation and speedy quality assurance are key. It's vital we work together across borders and sectors, guided by patients' needs and future health challenges, towards actionable outcomes. This is about health security and resilience. This is about saving lives. I'm heartened to see this Third World Local Production Forum continue as a platform to cooperation and collective action. Therefore, I would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for taking over the baton and World Health Organization for their continuous efforts to keep the world safe. I wish you a productive WLPF.
At this special moment, I would like to invite Dr. Jesui Dong, Unit Head of the Local Production and Assistance Unit, and representative of the Assistant Director General of the Access to Medicines and Health Products Division at the World Health Organization, Dr. Yukiko Nakatani, to kindly come forward and present a gift of appreciation to the host country of the previous WLPF, the Kingdom of Netherlands, in recognition of their outstanding role and contribution to the last year's forum. May I now kindly invite Ms. Marjolein Sonema, Vice Minister for Public Health at the Ministry of Health, Welfare and Sports of the Kingdom of Netherlands, to come forward and receive this memorial token of appreciation on behalf of the previous host country of WLPF.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nakatani. Excellencies, honorable guests, as our minister said, it was only 5 years ago that all our societies were deeply affected by the COVID pandemic. And what we faced was unprecedented. And we were confronted with the consequences of an inequitable system of access to health products. This forum was established as a means to work together towards health equity, and the Netherlands is very proud to have been the first.
Thank you. And now, as we transition from our welcoming remarks to the heart of today's opening ceremony, it is my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed keynote speakers who will set the tone for the days ahead. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Her Excellency Dr. Fatima Alcabi, Director General of the Emirates Drug Establishments, a distinguished leader in advancing pharmaceutical regulation and innovation in the UAE. Dr. Fatima.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'll try to make it short and sweet. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to stand before you today in the UAE, an innovation hub that is shaping the future of healthcare and pharmaceutical sustainability. This forum is not just a meeting of minds. It's a commitment to transforming healthcare through local production, technology, and collaboration. The UAE
alone. We need your partnerships. We need your policy and advocacy support, and we encourage you to invest with us in this. Ladies and gentlemen, developing a robust pharmaceutical sector in Barbados is a visionary endeavor that will be significant not just for the people of the immediate CARICOM region, but for the broader global South. Let us do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walcott. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, Minister of Health of South Africa, a long-standing advocate for equitable healthcare access and a transformative leader in public health policy across the African continent. Please.
Program Director and Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Dr. Jean Kaseya, Director General of African Center for Disease Control, His Excellency Abdul bin Mohammed Al Owais, the host minister, ministers of health from various countries, and ministers of other portfolios in various sectors of government, leaders and representatives of other UN agencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, who was billed to be the guest speaker for today, but could not be here with us due to pressing national issues. He has sent me to deliver his message, and without much ado, I will do so. Distinguished delegates to the World Global Local Production Forum, you are convening during a particularly challenging time in our development as people of various countries and regions of the world. A myriad of issues face leaders all over the world in different contexts. Geopolitical tensions, economic uncertainty, natural and human-made disasters, one pandemic after another, the impact of climate change, to name but a few. Our collective memory considers COVID-19 pandemic as one of the most challenging events of our time. The pandemic exposed weak health systems across the entire world. Its ripple effects touched every sector of our development. Millions of lives were lost as the virus mutated, escaping some of our countermeasures and causing premature death among both the young and the old. Although the pandemic was so ferocious in its character, it also exposed the tenacity of humanity, unleashing the potential of research and scientific community. Thousands of researchers across the world worked tirelessly to identify the virus, understand its properties, and develop vaccines, medical countermeasures, diagnostics, and other commodities in record time to arrest this new pathogen. Multilateral institutions were forced to think out of the box. Financial institutions had to recalibrate the cost of doing business. Every sector had to find new ways of working as government so to balance competing priorities and make policy decisions with insufficient information. Sadly, exposed the weaknesses of global solidarity when the outputs of those impressive efforts failed to reach those who needed them the most. The poorest of the poor were left behind. South Africa commends the World Health Organization for establishing this global local production forum, which provides member states and global community with a regular platform to shape strategies, galvanize collective action, and foster partnerships on sustainable local production to improve timely and equitable access to quality assured health products. We will share lessons learned, best practices, and learn from other countries. It's an open secret that regions in the global south were significantly disadvantaged with respect to access to vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics during COVID-19 due to a combination of political and other technical factors. This highlights the vulnerability stemming from lack of regional and manufacturing capabilities. Although the COVID-19 pandemic shone a light on local production, the WHO started work on this matter in the 1970s, with several forums having taken place prior to the imminent meeting being held over, being held over the next 3 to 4 days. Key features covered in the past include importance of collaboration, the interconnected nature of the world, necessitating stronger and sustainable strategies such as technology transfer, lessening over-reliance on a few countries, leading to inequitable distribution of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. We are currently witnessing a profound transformation in global health, making it essential to reshape national systems and approaches to the production of vaccines, therapeutics, diagnostics in the global south. As we unearth new innovations, we must build the success of existing global and regional systems. At the height of COVID-19 pandemic, necessity stimulated various organizations to pivot away from traditional business and repurpose their systems to ensure supplies reach low and middle income countries. Organizations such as the Global Fund, Gavi, the World Health Organization Emergency Department, and many others played a key role into the response to the pandemic. At the regional level, organizations such as the African Union contributed immensely to the effort to boost local production and mobilize resources to support surveillance, strengthen health systems, and promote community engagement. We need to focus not just on local production, but regionalization, because not all countries have the same capacity to manufacture everything required for a robust response. Hence, close collaboration between interest countries is paramount. It is encouraging to notice progress in regional self-sufficiency and cooperation across Africa, Latin America, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. But more work still needs to be done to enable us to leave no one behind. It is important to realize that, in the words of Herman Melville, open quotes, we cannot live only for ourselves. 1,000 fibers connect us with our fellow men, close quotes. Global solidarity must not be a buzz term. We must give it life through concrete actions. Program Director, while North-South collaboration must be strengthened, we need to support South-South collaboration to strengthen regional self-sufficiency and resilience, share best practice to address our common challenges, and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Regionalized vaccine manufacturing collaboration can support this effort regarding vaccines, prevent during the COVID-19 pandemic to address inequities within the global vaccine production ecosystems, especially impacting lower to middle-income countries, which suffered the effects of vaccine hoarding and unethical actions by some pharmaceutical companies putting profits before people. Achieving regionalized manufacturing requires many elements, including workforce development, technology transfers, appropriate policies, and more is essential to research and development and innovation. Capabilities to establish sustainable South-based manufacturing ecosystems to achieve long-term success. Financing for regionalized manufacturing of vaccines and other health products will need countries to step up and innovate with new insurance and financing mechanisms, given the current challenges in global health financing. We call for the decisive action from political and technical leaders to work towards locally responsive, regionally led, and globally connected healthcare ecosystems. In the African region, between 70% and 100% of medicines, medical products, vaccines, and medical devices are important, with extremely limited or no manufacturing capacity for active pharmaceutical ingredients, during drug substances, for vaccines, and other medical devices. There are about 649 pharmaceutical manufacturing plants in Africa, with 29 countries having varying drug manufacturing capabilities. In comparison, China and India, each with the same population as the African region, have 5,000 and 10,500 drug respectively. There's a strong leadership and political commitment for the establishment and scale-up of local production, as evidenced by several regional and continental frameworks and initiatives, including the following: 1, Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa, Business Plan 2012 by the African Union Commission and United Nations Industrial Development Corporation. Number 2, Economic Community of West Africa States, ECOWAS Regional Pharmaceutical Plan 2014. And number 3, Second East Africa Community Regional Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan of 2017 to 2027. Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing Framework for Action, whose vision is to manufacture 60% of vaccine needed on the continent by 2040 to enable the continent to be more self-reliant to address these vaccine needs. Though other countries on the continent have already begun with vaccine manufacturing, the framework will complement and build on existing efforts to expand manufacturing capabilities. We acknowledge that a number of initiatives have been introduced to promote local production of medicine and other health technologies in order to improve equitable access, strengthen global health security, but more needs to be done. These initiatives include African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, with WHO and OUDA NEPAD serving as the Joint Secretariat for Regional Regulatory Harmonization and Work Sharing Initiative, and the African Medical Agency Treaty. While various regional frameworks have been developed to boost local production, implementation remains a challenge due to inadequate, limited capacity, and lack of appropriate coordination within and among member states. Program Director, a WHO Africa Regional Local Production Survey was conducted amongst African countries between April and June 2023, to which 7 countries responded. The survey results revealed that only 50% or less of local manufacturers were certified good manufacturing practice, or GMP, compliant by their national regulatory authorities, emphasizing the need to facilitate compliance of local industry with current GMP. The survey also found that complex formulations, such as newer non-communicable disease treatment formulations, chemotherapeutic and inhalation products that are in the WHO essential medicine list, were neither manufactured nor part of the product ranges. A few countries stated that their national regulatory authorities had regulatory oversight on medical devices, including in vitro diagnostics. 45 member states in the African region have had their national regulatory authorities benchmarked using the WHO Global Benchmarking Tool. Only a handful of countries have achieved WHO Maturity Level 3 or WHO ML3 status, which confirms the existence of stable, well-functioning, and integrated regulatory system. Organisms. These things need to be addressed with urgency. I trust that your discussion and recommendations will place the world in a better place to respond decisively and swiftly to disease X. The people convening here are the brains trust of the world. I have no doubt that your work will impact positively on the unknown pathogen and that lives will not be lost. I wish you the absolute best in your deliberations over the next few days, and am confident that with you at the forefront, the world will be ready for disease X. I thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Jean Kaseya, Director General of Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, a key figure in strengthening health security, disease preparedness, and regional collaboration across the African continent.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, good morning, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here in Abu Dhabi meeting all of you. I'm leading Health in Africa. Then let me first recognize my ministers who are here. I see my friend Minister of Ethiopia, Aaron from South Africa. Where is the Minister of Tunisia? And I can't see you there, but I think we have almost 4 or 5 ministers from Africa here. Why Africa is here today? Because we see from 2022 to 2024, there is a huge increase of outbreaks in Africa. We moved from 152 outbreaks in 2022 to 213 outbreaks in 2024. This is an increase of almost 41% in 2 years.
Since 1984, the Ministry of Health and Population has executed a national vaccination program aiming at achieving over 95% vaccination coverage for all children in Egypt, regardless of their nationality. Our vaccination achievements are remarkable. As an example, polio eradication, elimination of measles and rubella, reduction of neonatal tetanus, control of hepatitis B recently. As regards to localization of vaccine production, and in light of these goals, Egypt has found it's imperative to localize vaccine production within our borders. And this initiative is not solely about self-sufficiency, but is also about addressing the vaccine needs of our African market. In 2024, we formulated a national strategy for vaccine manufacturing localization, which aims to produce 18 vaccines with a target of reaching a production capacity of 380 million doses by 2030. Our short-term objective is to have 4 to 8 vaccines certified by the WHO pre-qualified program. We aim to achieve 75% local production capabilities by 2035, with a vision of complete self-sufficiency by 2040. The execution of this ambitious strategy is underpinned by the Egyptian Vaccine Manufacturing Alliance, EVMA, as a strategic alliance that brings together 6 local vaccine manufacturers from both the public and private sectors. This collaboration operates under the supervision of the Ministry of Health and Population, the Egyptian Authority for Unified Procurement, the UPA, and the Egyptian Drug Authority, the ADA. I'm proud to announce that our initial achievements include signing 9 manufacturing contracts and MOUs with leading global manufacturers from 6 countries leading the vaccine manufacturing globally, as well as establishing 3 contract manufacturing agreements among the EVMA members to ensure our vision towards integration rather than competition, to achieve our country's objective in vaccine manufacturing. These partnerships are pivotal in ensuring the production of the 18 vaccines that will serve our population and beyond. On the regulatory level, I'm honored to announce that Egypt Drug Authority has been recognized by the WHO recently, just last December 2024, as a maturity level 3 during the National Regulatory Authority, being the first African producing country to reach this level of functionality in both vaccines and medicines scope. As regards to our collaboration with our friends and colleagues and partners from the WHO, the EVMA members and the WHO Local Production and Assistance, the LPA program, we are all committed to transforming our aspiration into reality. And the WHO pre-qualified is not merely a dream. It is an achievable goal that will open doors for our manufacturers and by extension for the health of our continent. As we gather here at the World Local Production Forum, I hope this platform will foster collaboration between the EVMA, the LPA, empowering our members who represents over 20% of vaccine manufacturers across Africa. Together we can build a robust framework for vaccine production that serves not only our nations, but the entire African continent. In conclusion, let us seize this opportunity to collaborate, innovate, and strengthen our efforts in vaccine localization and production. Together we can ensure that the future of health in Africa and the whole region is secure, equitable, and sustainable. And I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful discussions and partnership in the days to come. Thank you so much.
His Excellency Dr. Budi Gunadi Sadikin, Minister of Health, Indonesia.
Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, a painful truth emerged. Every country was vulnerable. As supply chain collapsed and flights were grounded, even the most developed nations struggled due to their inability to produce sufficient essential medicine, vaccines, and medical devices. Therefore, learning from our past, for such as the World Local Production Forum are crucial to serve as a platform of partnerships and best practices to foster resilient local production. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the government of the United Arab Emirates and the WHO for bringing us together in Abu Dhabi, a hub of innovation and global collaboration. Indonesia, home to more than 270 million people across 17,000 islands, understands that self-reliance in healthcare demands more than intention. It requires strong national commitment and strategic global partnerships. At the national level, we have taken decisive steps to strengthen local health manufacturing. We are increasing incentives for local manufacturers, accelerating approval processes while ensuring safety and quality, utilizing digital approaches to optimize supply chain and research, and fostering public-private partnerships. These efforts aim to strengthen production capacity and reduce reliance on imports. However, local production remains a global challenge. Many countries still face barriers such as limited financing, technology gaps, and lack of manufacturing capacity. The world remains vulnerable until every country has a resilient health system. Hence, we must strengthen partnerships between local manufacturers and global leaders to empower all nations with tools needed to achieve a resilient health system. Today, as we gather under the theme Advancing Local Production for Health Equity, Global Health Security, and Sustainable Development, we are not just exchanging ideas, we are shaping the blueprint for a future where every nation's health system can withstand global shocks and deliver quality care to its people. The pandemic revealed our vulnerabilities, but it also offers us an opportunity to build and sustain something stronger. Indonesia is honored to host the 4th World Local Production Forum in 2027, reaffirming our commitment to local production and global health security. Let us build a future where every country stands resilient and every person has access to the healthcare they deserve. Thank you.
Her Excellency Dr. Sania Nishtar, Chief Executive Officer of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is an honor to address this latest World Local Production Forum at what is a pivotal time for our collective efforts to strengthen health equity and health security. The post-pandemic consensus on the urgent need to strengthen our collective health security has already come under strain. At the same time, risks and vulnerability are proliferating. So I'm sure I speak for many when I convey my thanks to the World Health Organization and to the government of Abu Dhabi for their continued leadership and commitment to protecting health around the world. Abu Dhabi's groundbreaking Last Mile initiative, in particular, is emblematic of what can be achieved by cooperation, coordination, and playing to our diverse strengths. Last Mile forums have advanced discussions on vaccine delivery and health system strengthening, which are essential and complementary parts of a value chain that must also encompass today's focus, which is local production. At Gavi, we are committed to doing our part. Over the past 25 years, we've expanded the number of vaccine manufacturers supplying Gavi-supported programs from 5 manufacturers in 5 primarily high-income countries to 19 manufacturers from 12 countries today. More manufacturers means a broader range of vaccines, and it also means healthier global vaccine markets. Together, this gives us supply chain security and resilience. This is also why at Gavi we have launched the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator, or AVMA as we call it. I want to pay tribute to everyone here who has helped us make this launch a success. AVMA has received pledges from 13 sovereign donors, capitalizing the facility to up to $1.2 billion US. These funds will be dispersed strategically to help build sustainable vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa over the next 10 years. By 2035, AVMA aims to support the procurement of at least 800 million vaccine doses made in Africa across at least 4 continental manufacturers. This will help Africa meet more of its own vaccine demand, and it will also strengthen regional and global health security by creating manufacturing capacity that can be repurposed in the event of an epidemic or a pandemic. Of course, AVMA is one of the numerous interlinked and complementary initiatives that are coming together to create a broad, strong foundation on which all of our future successes will be built. Other regions, as well as other medical countermeasures and technologies, will rightfully be discussed this week. I really wish I could be there to participate in person, but I'm delighted that you have a Gavi representative amongst you, and I look forward to working with you in the years ahead as we continue to build a stronger, more equitable architecture for global health security with local production at its heart. I thank you.
And His Excellency Mr. Peter Sands, Executive Director of the Global Fund to Fight Against AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria.
Good morning. I'm Peter Sands, and I'm the Executive Director of the Global Fund. In pursuit of the Global Fund's mission to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria, and to ensure a healthier, safer, more equitable future for all, we raise and invest about $5 billion a year to fight these deadly infectious diseases and strengthen health systems and reinforce pandemic preparedness in more than 100 countries. Since 2002, our partnership has saved 65 million lives and cut the combined death rate from AIDS, TB, and malaria by 63%. But our task is not yet complete. We need to sustain global efforts to protect our hard-won gains and ultimately to end these terrible diseases as public health threats. Leveraging the strength and scale of our partnership, the Global Fund is accelerating access to cutting-edge HIV, TB, and malaria prevention, diagnostic, and treatment tools, making them more affordable and available to the people who need them most. Building on lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, we developed our next-gen market-shaping approach to drive equitable access to quality-assured health products for people and communities. Our market-shaping efforts leverage our country-led model and inclusive partnerships with countries, global and regional partners, and the private sector to launch new innovations, achieve reductions in the prices of key commodities, and ensure access to these life-saving tools. In February, the UK and South Africa announced their partnership with the Global Fund to co-host our 8th replenishment later this year. Both countries are strong advocates of capacity building for regional manufacturing to promote sustainable development, resilient supply chains, and enhanced health security. The Global Fund has actively supported these efforts. Why are we doing this? Well, when health products are produced far from where they are consumed, inefficiencies and global supply chain disruptions can compromise timely, reliable, and equitable supply. So the Global Fund supports regional diversification of the supply base. This is critical to strengthening countries' health systems, developing more resilient supply chains, and reducing morbidity and mortality during global disruptions. By stimulating regional production, we aim to improve access to quality-assured health products, especially in Africa. So what are we doing specifically? Well, we're supporting accelerated product approvals, registration processes, and in-country demand forecasting. We are incentivizing additional suppliers to meet harmonized quality standards by leveraging our global tenders. For example, in 2023, 36% of our general medicines procurement was from African suppliers. In 2024, we procured our first supply of quality-assured antiretroviral medicines manufactured in Africa for Africa. This complements the growing number of products we already supply from African manufacturers, such as HIV self-tests, insecticide-treated nets, and anti-malarial medicines. How do we work? Our procurement totals more than $2 billion per year, mainly through the Global Fund's pooled procurement mechanism, which is the largest procurement platform in global health. We use this scale and our procurement expertise to help build sustainable regional pooled procurement capacity. Our work relies on partnership. Effective collaboration and coordination can enhance buying power and support market sustainability with large volumes. For example, our collaboration with national and regional entities includes access to our long-term agreements and joint tender approaches, as we've done with PAHO in the Americas for many years. We also drive complementarity with development finance institutions to coordinate innovative financing solutions for regional manufacturing, which will be discussed this afternoon. These steps are crucial as countries look to transition towards nationally led and nationally financed health systems, no longer reliant on external support. In the current global context, maximizing the efficiency and effectiveness of our investments to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria is critical. Our market-shaping efforts and our support for regional manufacturing are vital to accelerating progress to end these diseases and to build stronger, more resilient, more sustainable health systems that can respond to both existing and future health threats. I look forward to the results of this week's discussions and our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda, we turn our focus to the East Mediterranean region. It is my honor to invite Dr. Hanan Balkhi, Regional Director of the World Health Organization's Eastern Mediterranean Regional Office, to share a message on behalf of the EMRO region. Dr. Balkhi.
For that. Tripping in the morning. Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's such a pleasure to be here in the United Arab Emirates with all of my colleagues from Geneva, from the networks, from the organizations. And again, I think my presentation will be a little bit more focused on what's happening in the Eastern Mediterranean region and how does it link to the amazing presentations that you have just all heard about. I think the COVID pandemic was a huge problem. And even for the simplest products, the reality for the patients, for the health workforce, that they were not able to access a simple mask, alcohol hand rub, and gloves. And that led to people dying. Now, 3 years after the COVID-19 vaccine was rolled out, great discrepancies continued. And we can see from within our region, even people receiving their first dose of vaccine was close to 10%, while around the world in some of the manufacturing countries, they were already receiving their third, fourth vaccine. That is again the reality of what was taking place and the reality of the significant discrepancy that was ongoing. Now, there's an urgent need to improve access. You've all heard about all of the different initiatives the different collaborations, and the different ambitions on how to make this a reality. But it's not an easy task. So everything that we heard this morning requires the significant networking that's going to take place today throughout the meetings, and again, when you all go home, to speak about the issue of access. Globally, we know that 2 billion people lack access to the essential medicines. The essential medicines list that is produced by the WHO and the medical products. We also know that in the Eastern Mediterranean region, half of the essential low-cost medicines are missing from the public health sector. And that is very, very important. This means that millions are left with only two choices. Either they're going to pay exuberant amount of money for out-of-pocket expenditure, and they're going to then deny the rest of their family and loved ones of resources, or they're going to go without these medications and suffer the consequences of disease, illness, and death. So the widespread lack of first and second line therapies, whether it's for cancer, cardiovascular diseases, is also lacking in the primary healthcare clinics. There's another thing that was not maybe mentioned so much in all of the previous discussions. There's an issue of substandard and falsified medications. In 2024 alone, 567 substandard and falsified medical products were reported in the Eastern Mediterranean region. That is a disaster for me. It's a jeopardy, and we're jeopardizing patient care. Now, you've heard from the different speakers the different stops. How do we serve the issue of access? In order for a medication to be produced, we need research and development. We need preclinical and clinical research. We need manufacturing. We need upscaling of the manufacturing. We need to procure, which means we need funding, and we need to store, which means we need warehouses, and we need to distribute, and we need prescription, and we need physicians and healthcare workers and pharmacists to be able to do all of that. Each one of these bubbles requires significant amount of work and significant amount of partnership. So, in order to achieve our aim, which is a very clear one, it's affordable. We want people to be able to access it timely in the right time so they don't get it too late. And it has to be safe, effective, and quality. And this is the best forum to discuss all of these issues. Research and development within the Eastern Mediterranean region and within the bigger WHO family, we created the networks for the researchers and for making sure that the clinical trials are actually taking place in the most robust fashion. We were able to establish living guidelines on the COVID treatment during the COVID pandemic. But what is most important about the research entities, and I know today we have academicians, we have scientists, it's that we need the research and scientists to understand the importance of implementation research, but also research based on public health information, so that the research can support the public health needs of the communities. The second thing is that we need good manufacturing products. And this is, again, through this forum, I hope that we can further speak about how is this region, from the region to the region, and with its closest neighboring regions, Afro and Sierra, work together to make sure that the GMP based on the products of the WHO are ensured and continue to be supervised and available. We also need, and this is one of the biggest topics closest to my heart, we need proper functioning national regulatory authorities. And as you know, the WHO leads on the maturation assessments and the benchmarking through the benchmarking tool. And we have created a very robust flagship on that, which I will be talking a bit later. And we also work very closely with our member states on the pre-qualification of vaccines and medical products. Now again, we need good storage and distribution practices, because if a medication, if a vaccine is not stored and saved in the right environment and the right temperature without humidity, then we will not be able to provide the proper medications. Then again, there's a huge responsibility on treatment guidelines, training of the healthcare workforce to ensure that the medicines that need prescription are prescribed, that we do not, I don't know how we're dealing with internet purchasing of medication these days, and ensuring also the quality of medications through the different ways of accessing it. And then of course, there's the awareness of the consumer, him or herself, on ensuring that there's no off-record sharing of medications and prescribing by lay people. Lower prices of medicines needs to be a big topic that we need to discuss on ways. You've heard different entities and agencies talked about pooled procurement processes. Now, countries, we've all heard this, countries need to be self-sufficient. What happened during the pandemic and what's happening today, even on less obvious diseases, is that people cannot have access. They're not able to access their insulin, their first-line antihypertensives. And countries want to be self-sufficient. Regions want to be self-sufficient. Repetition of what happened during the pandemic should not happen again. But I've lived my whole career dealing with outbreaks and emerging and re-emerging pathogens. And I hate to say that we're still not learning the lessons. We're still falling in the same trap over and over again. And I think this is the time where also you heard the DG talking about the pandemic treaty, which touches on some of these areas on equity. I hope that this time we can get it right. So from insights into actions to the region, in the beginning of my term, in February, I launched the Access Initiative on access, expanding equitable access to medical products. And in the Regional Committee 71 last October, all 22 member states have approved, endorsed, and blessed the plan. Now, we have identified the major bottlenecks for the region that the WHO either is responsible for, or leads on, or has the convening power to make it happen. And we will do everything we can to ensure that we make this access initiative a reality for it to solve the problems. How are we working with all of you on this issue? Assessing the local production capacity. We talk about the number of manufacturing companies. We talk about the billions of dollars that are spent. But what the regional office wants to do in EMRO, we want to make sure that we have a clear mapping of the production, and we've already started doing that, knowing who is producing what with which quantity. The quality part needs to be reassured to the NRAs, and I'll talk about that. But that type of understanding of the molecules that are being produced, the diversification of the molecules becomes important so that we actually complement each other and do not compete with each other unnecessarily. Establishing and strengthening regulatory authorities goes without a say. It is the responsibility of the countries that are producing the products to ensure that those products are of good quality, they are safe, and they are effective, and they have the mechanisms to ensure that the market is actually secure for the patients to purchase from. Now, in the regulatory authorities, we created an ambitious program or a vision for having more member states with an NRA level of 3 and 4. And also those who do not have a national regulatory authority, we need to help them establish one to at least ensure that they are capable of identifying substandard falsified medications. We already have one ML4 NRA in Saudi Arabia, one ML3 NRA in Egypt. We have 6 more NRAs in 6 different countries moving towards achieving their ML3. We also have the WHO Substandard Falsified Network initiated to counter the substandard and falsified medications, as it is extremely crucial if we want to make sure that patients remain safe. We would also, setting up a pooled procurement mechanism, we have identified too many stockouts, and it's already time to ensure that we have the partnership with which is the EMRO, one of the 6 regions of the WHO, and they have been leading in this area quite for a long time. We have signed an MOU with them, and we will be working even closer to ensure that our pooled procurement process serves the needs of our member states, not only in the fancy and the newest of the vaccines, but in the basics of what is needed from the major diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, infections, and also cancers. We have also, in strengthening the local vaccine production capacity, we have released a regional strategy to strengthen local vaccine production, and that has also been fully endorsed by our regional committee. Going to a topic also that was not mentioned very much, we've also been thinking about what is the best way to ensure the delivery of such products. And we've already been working, and that's part of our strategy on access, is to ensure that they have the appropriate warehouses. These warehouses need to be digitalized. They need to have the best way of connecting to the other hubs within a national level, also within the sub-regional level, and then at the regional level. We're very proud and very thankful for the United Arab Emirates for hosting the Dubai hub. Only this week we have been supporting Myanmar with significant amounts of emergency kits. Over the past year of 2024, we have supplied millions worth of dollars to at least 76 countries. Their storage includes emergency kits, but also non-communicable disease kits. And through the Access Initiative, we're going to enhance line purchasing and line treatments to ensure that they are reaching the warehouses at the national, sub-national level, reaching the primary healthcare clinics, secondary and tertiary hospitals, so that patients can have the access without delay in effective, quality insured medications and medical products. This is a picture of me in Jordan last 2 weeks ago or so. There was a refurbishment of 4 of their warehouses. We're working with them also to ensure the digitalization of that process. We're looking at countries from the region, specifically within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through NEPCO, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar and Egypt, and a few others. I will be having a visit to Tunisia soon, followed by Morocco, to also look at the possibility, and I'm very happy to see the minister here of Tunisia and other minister lines, to ensure that we continue to talk about the need to increase the warehouse capacity, but also the quality of the warehouses and their ability to talk to each other so that the stockouts become less and less. Now, to my last slide, going back to my safe zone as a clinician, as a doctor in my previous life, it is very important in improving patient care and medication safety. And these are usually healthcare-based projects or entities to ensure that the doctors, the pharmacists, and the communities are educated and aware of how to prescribe, when to prescribe medications, because even if they're available and we're abusing them or misusing them, we can still cause harm. So this was a very short snapshot of what we're trying to do in the region. The excellencies, the ministers have talked about the need for the region, about AFRO, EMRO, and others, but I think if we do not do this together, we will continue to suffer from stockouts, poor quality medications, and also, which we do not want to do, wait in line to reach the medications that our patients need. So we hope to change the narrative. We hope to change the reality of our patients, and we want that reality to be that, first of all, they're healthy. Second of all, if they need a medicine or a medical product, they will get it on time without delay. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Balki. To set the scene for today's discussion and provide us with a strategic overview of the forum's vision and objectives, I now invite Dr. Jesui Dong, representing the WLPF Secretariat and serving as unit head of the Local Production and Assistance Unit at the World Health Organization. Dr. Dong?
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies, gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you. The Third World Local Production Forum focuses on advancing local production to promote health equity, the global health security, and sustainable development. In 2021, we established the World Local Production Forum, or in short, WLPF, with aim to create a global platform that unites us and promote local production through strategic collaboration. Since the first WLPF, the global community has been working tirelessly to turn the recommendations into actions. You can see one of the key recommendations of the first World Local Production Forum is to strengthen the collaboration with the private sector. In response, the CEO Forum became a co-program at the second World Local Production Forum and beyond. This platform forms a good opportunity for the global community to work together with private sector. Also form a platform to empower the industry leaders to align their business success with global public health and to reshape their corporate social responsibilities. Sustainable local production need a conducive ecosystem. This is why we established a mechanism to evaluate, assess, and strengthen the ecosystem. Last year, we published 6 country studies providing actionable insight to help our member states prioritize their actions in building their ecosystem of local production. And in line with the second World Local Production Forum, WHO established the biomanufacturing workforce WHO established the World Biomanufacturing Workforce Training Initiatives. This initiative connects 3 critical pillars: the WHO training programs, the global training hub for biomanufacturing in the Republic of Korea, and the regional training centers. Together, they form a tailored global system to ensure the biomanufacturing workforce to be ready for the future. What you see here, just some example, or we can say a glimpse of what is being achieved worldwide. Local production, as you know, could stimulate equitable and timely access of a quality-assured health product and save the global public health security. Local production also play a vital role in stimulating a knowledge-based economy, which is essential to improve the achievement of SDGs. But here is the key. For local production to thrive, you need ecosystem. There are so many elements within this system, which you can see on the slide. So in the coming days, we will discuss and explore all these elements. To strengthen the ecosystem, we need to strengthen all these elements in a synchronized way. Strengthen the ecosystem is a complex process, but we can do so efficiently and effectively by focusing on 3 key areas: ecosystem assessments for evidence-based decision, tailored support to address specific need. Last but not least, very important one, multi-stakeholder collaborations and partnership. Emerging technologies nowadays are revolutionizing the way we produce health products. Digitalization, AI, big data, the Internet of Things are transforming the manufacturers. I came across an image that perfectly illustrates all these new technologies are reshaping our local manufacturing process. And these new technologies could offer enormously benefit. But in the meantime, we are also facing challenges in adopting and implementing these technologies. Tomorrow, we will dive deeper into the topic like AI-empowered innovation and the role of digitalization in making data-driven decisions. In the end, embracing all this emerging technology in geo-diversified production will bring all the community and close the gap to access technology. And by doing so, we can ensure every country, every region can benefit all the advantage brought by the new technology in the local production. Pandemics, outbreaks, non-communicable diseases, antimicrobial resistance, climate change, all these remain looming threat to the global public health. Recent report revealed something startling. 10 life-saving health products like HIV, anti-malaria medicines emit 3.5 megatons of carbon. So over the coming sessions, we will together dive into all these pricing issues and work together to find solutions so allow us to prepare, to prevent, and to react in facing public health threat. Well, this is not all. On the last day, we will have parallel sessions for WHO 6 regions to bridge the country and the global context with the regional perspectives. Women leaders will take the stage to share with you their visions, their experience in moving local production forward. And there will be another exciting topic. That's it. We want to cultivate new entrepreneurs in local production and prepare them to lead in the future. So you can see, with member states, with our partner, we are transforming local production agenda. And with our member states, with our partner, we have made the Local Production Forum as a sustainable platform where we connect, where we debate, where we shape our strategy and direction, and most importantly, we take decisive actions together. This is my last slide. I would like to leave some questions with you to reflect. What will this forum truly teach us? What we will learn from this forum? How will we benefit all the discussion and take actions to move forward? I wish you impactful and productive discussions ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dunk. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have 15 minutes for a health break, networking, and we are going to be back here in 15 minutes. See you soon. Thank you.
Hello. Check, check. Check, test. Test the mic. Hello. A1. Check, check. Check, test. A1. Hello. Hello. Check. أهم حاجة
Testing, testing. No? Hello, everyone. Welcome again. Testing. Thank you. Thanks. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are starting. Please kindly take your seats as we're about to start. Thank you. Please kindly take your seats. We are about to start. We are starting the session in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WLPF Forum, and we move forward to our next session, the Global Leaders Debate. Please join me to warmly welcome the moderator of the Global Leaders Debate, Dr. Matthew Stephenson, Head of Investment and Services, World Economic Forum, to take the stage for the session. Dr. Stephenson, over to you.
Hello. Thank you so much. So, my name is Matthew Stephenson. I'm the Head of Investment and Services at the World Economic Forum. Welcome to all of you today. My job is really to grow investment flows through creating the right enabling environments and to grow services trade through regulatory reforms. So a lot of the things that we've been talking about today, creating the ecosystem. In fact, my day job is to understand the challenges and opportunities that businesses face and to work with governments to address the challenges and realize the opportunities, including investment in health. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to this high-level session entitled Global Leaders Debate, North-South and South-South Collaboration, Achieving Sustainable Local Production for Equity, Global Health Security, and Sustainable Development. I was invited to chair this session because local production is all about creating that enabling environment to attract foreign investment and grow domestic business. And one of our centers at the World Economic Forum is precisely on health and healthcare. Now, we know that access to quality healthcare is a fundamental right, but it's not where we need it to be. We find the disparities continue to exist across communities, especially in low and middle income countries. And these disparities can come from a host of factors, from policy frameworks, limited financial resources, infrastructure, a reliance on imported medicines, and so forth. And so today we're going to face and discuss how to address some of these challenges. Through our discussion today, we will identify collaborative efforts and innovative solutions that we can take forward over the next coming days and thereafter. So really, this session today, this Global Leaders Debate, will be about how to create the most attractive enabling environment to grow local production in health products. We're going to explore how to mobilize finance, navigate intellectual property complexities, build partnerships, harness technology and innovation, and strengthen supply chains, amongst other. In fact, this is very much related to what Gise described as creating a synchronized ecosystem. So let us work on synchronizing this ecosystem. And with that, let me invite our distinguished panelists to join me up on the stage. His Excellency Dr. Mekdes Daba is the Minister of Health of Ethiopia. Excellency, please join us. She holds a specialty in obstetrics and gynecology, alongside a Master of Public Health and a doctorate in medicine. Throughout her career, Dr. Daba has been a passionate advocate for equitable healthcare access and the strengthening of health systems. Welcome, Dr. Daba. And I would invite all of our panelists to bring their headsets in case different panelists wish to speak in different languages. His Excellency Professor Mustafa Ferjani is the Minister of Health of Tunisia. He is a professor in anesthesia and intensive care. He is recognized for his leadership in medicine, crisis management and health system reform, and strengthening Tunisia's healthcare resilience, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Excellency. His Excellency Mirai Al-Katani is the Deputy Minister for Supply Chains in the Ministry of Health of Saudi Arabia. He led COVID-19 supply chain operations and directed logistics for the world's largest pilgrimage, and was recognized as the procurement and supply chain leader of the world in 2021. Welcome, Excellency. His Excellency Dr. Javier Padilla Bernaldez is the Secretary of State for Health of Spain. He is a doctor specialized in family and community medicine with extensive experience in public health, health policies, and health economics. Welcome, Excellency. Dr. Yukiko Nakatani is the Assistant Director General for Access to Medicines and Health Products at the World Health Organization. She leads efforts to ensure timely and equitable access to quality-assured, safe, and effective health products. WHO initiated the World Local Production Forum to emphasize the importance of a comprehensive approach, including promoting local production. Welcome, Dr. Nakatani. Mr. Tiyong Zhao is the Deputy Director General and Managing Director of the Directorate of Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Industrial Development at UNIDO. He holds a PhD in economics from the Graduate School of Research Institute for Fiscal Science, Ministry of Finance of China. Mr. Zhou is also the Director General's Special Representative for the G7 and China. Welcome, Mr. Zhou. So before we get started with the panel, we're going to listen to two messages from the heads of the WTO and WIPO to kick us off. Her Excellency, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, please.
Classic.
I'd like to cue the welcome message from Dr. Ngozi if possible. Otherwise, we'll continue with the panel. We can come back to it later. Well, I think we can get back to it later then. Let's get right to the discussion. I'm going to join my panelists, and we can always bring the message later. Thanks.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, I'm sorry I could not join you in person at this vital platform for advancing global health security through stronger and more diversified supply chains for essential health products. COVID-19 exposed the risks to public health of concentrating the production of health products within a handful of economies. To ensure that no country is left behind in times of crisis, the world needs a more geographically diversified and economically sustainable manufacturing base. At the World Trade Organization, we are committed to supporting this goal. Predictable, rules-based global trade is a prerequisite for manufacturers to build supply chains and efficiently move inputs and finished products across borders. Trade is a powerful force for health equity. Without it, medical technologies cannot reach everyone who needs them. The WTO's work on trade and health strives to ensure that global trade rules facilitate access to medical technologies, transfer of technology and know-how, and innovation. The TRIPS agreement promotes a sound innovation ecosystem and access to health technologies in a balanced manner and provides a solid basis for voluntary collaboration. Our collaboration with the World Health Organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, the private sector, and other key partners is essential to strengthening supply chains and addressing regulatory challenges. We know that the diversification of manufacturing capacities is taking exciting steps forward. In Argentina, for example, a public-private partnership is working with the Pan-American Health Organization, PAHO, to produce and reliably purchase vaccines against pneumococcal diseases. A state-of-the-art manufacturing facility is being developed in Egypt to produce a comprehensive portfolio of vaccines for the country's national immunization program and for export elsewhere in Africa. But let me be honest, these are anecdotes, not a global picture. What we really need is a comprehensive mechanism to map out local and regional production initiatives. This would help ensure synergies and foster ecosystems where research, development, and manufacturing can be backed by integrated procurement at the global, regional, and national levels. I encourage you to use the coming days to identify solutions and partnerships that will transform the geographical diversification of production into a lasting pillar of health resilience. Together, we can build a more inclusive, sustainable, and prepared global health system. At the WTO, we stand ready to support your efforts. I wish you a productive and impactful forum. Thank you.
And we all know how important the trade system is to achieving our collective goals. And now we have a video message from His Excellency Dr. Darang Tang, Director General of WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization.
Excellencies, dear friends, dear colleagues, this meeting revolves around one critical question. How do we strengthen the capacity of all member states, but especially of those developing countries, to innovate and manufacture vaccines, medical technologies, and medicines? At WIPO, we believe that intellectual property is part of the solution. IP supports innovation, attracts investments, helps to forge partnerships, and enables the transfer of technology and know-how, all essential for supporting sustainable production. But innovation by itself is not enough. To truly build capacity, we must help member states develop dynamic IP and innovation ecosystems, which not only absorb technologies, but catalyze homegrown ideas and solutions. So it's not just about receiving knowledge, it's about becoming the creators of knowledge. At this forum 2 years ago, we heard about the growing momentum behind local production and manufacturing. We're glad to see that happen. Since then, momentum has only strengthened, including in mRNA vaccine development across Africa. But challenges persist. Many small and developing economies face fragmented markets, resource constraints, and other barriers that make sustainable production difficult. And that is why regional collaboration is so critical. Strength lies in numbers, in partnerships, and in the strategic use of tools such as licensing, patent pools, and technology transfer. Whether through North-South or South-South cooperation, building sustainable local networks is the best way of ensuring that the benefits of medical innovation reach all communities. WIPO is proud to support these efforts. We have launched an IP for Medical Manufacturing Center of Excellence with the aim of co-developing IP and innovation ecosystems that help local and regional hubs to thrive. Through targeted IP training and capacity building programs, the center will support governments, universities, startups, and local manufacturers to translate innovation into impact. Our ambition is not just to provide ingredients, but to help build kitchens. We can also do more together, including in supporting startup cultures that nurture local innovation and manufacturing. This means, of course, working with universities, researchers, research institutions, and health entrepreneurs to commercialize their ideas and turn them into real-world solutions. It also means expanding the use of IP instruments to build manufacturing capacity and leverage economic incentives. This includes voluntary licensing and tech transfer models for generic manufacturing via initiatives like the Medicines Patent Pool. This forum is a timely opportunity to rally all of us together, and so let's make decisive progress in local and regional production, which will be key to delivering health solutions that serve everyone in the world. Thank you very much.
And we also know how critical IP is as an input into what we're working on today, and actually we will be getting into that in our panel discussion. Before we get started, I'm going to invite each panelist to give a very brief 1 to 2 minute comment to help kick us off, to help set the scene. We're going to go from Her Excellency all the way down in order. So each, just a teaser, shall we say, for what you'd like us to think about today. Your Excellency, Dr. Daba.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here, especially with distinguished guests, excellencies, ministers in here. But I also want to take the opportunity to thank the government of UAE and also WHO to host us and to bring us here for the third time to talk about local manufacturing and local production in a very critical time in our world, where we have to really not just talk about local manufacturing, but see what have we changed over the past 2 sessions, but the third one to take us into a real change where we want to see local production and local manufacturing to be at the center of low and middle income countries and the contributions they bring to the table. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for kicking us off. Professor Ferjani.
Merci beaucoup, Excellences, honorables invités, mesdames et messieurs.
Could I invite everybody to speak into their mic close by? Thank you, sir.
Je remercie infiniment les organisateurs, le gouvernement des Émirats arabes unis, ainsi que les responsables, l'OMS, tous les organisateurs. Et c'est un honneur pour moi de prendre part à ce panel de haut niveau consacré à un enjeu déterminant pour l'avenir de la santé mondiale, le développement et le renforcement de la production locale des produits de santé. Et la pandémie Covid-19 a agi comme un révélateur brutal des inégalités d'accès et la fragilité des chaînes mondiales d'approvisionnement. Elle nous a rappelé une vérité fondamentale: aucun pays n'est véritablement en sécurité sanitaire tant que tous ne le sont pas. Et face à cette réalité, nous devons faire de la production locale un pilier stratégique de nos systèmes de santé, non seulement pour répondre à nos besoins essentiels, mais aussi pour bâtir une souveraineté sanitaire plus juste, plus équitable et plus résiliente. En Tunisie, nous avons engagé une dynamique nationale autour de la relance de l'industrie pharmaceutique et biotechnologique en lien étroit avec nos centres de recherche, nos partenaires privés et nos acteurs de santé. Mais nous savons que la réussite passe aussi par la coopération régionale et internationale, le transfert de technologies, l'innovation numérique, l'harmonisation réglementaire et le partage des savoirs. Je salue l'initiative de l'OMS et l'esprit de collaboration qui anime ce forum. La Tunisie réaffirme son engagement total à œuvrer aux côtés de ses partenaires pour construire une souveraineté pharmaceutique collective, durable et solidaire. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Votre Excellence, et c'est un grand honneur d'avoir un professeur parmi nous pour ce débat. Mr. Al-Qahtani, what are your thoughts, sir?
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here today and to participate and to represent Ministry of Health of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Mr. Al-Qahtani, if you could just get a bit closer to the mic.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Is it okay now? Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. It's a great privilege to be here today and to participate and represent the Ministry of Health of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in this Third World Local Production Forum, a platform that underscores the power of collaboration, advancing equitable access to the healthcare and strengthen local production capabilities. This forum reflects Saudi Arabia's unwavering commitment to localization, innovation, and collaboration, priorities that align with the vision of 2030 and its transformative ambitions for our healthcare sector. By fostering resilient supply chains, self-sufficiency, and digital advancement, we aim not only to secure national health system, but contribute to the global health security. This forum aligns with our core objectives, enhancing local manufacturing, sharing knowledge, and addressing global health disparities, all are critical to achieving health security for all. Together, we can turn challenges into opportunity and shape a healthier, more equitable world. And I would like to thank Government of United Arab Emirates and WHO for hosting this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can everybody hear properly? Do we need, yes? Super, thanks, thanks. From on the stage, you can't always tell what the audience is hearing. Appreciate the thumbs up from the audience. Excellent.
So thank you so much.
They could hear you, excellent.
I don't have
excellent.
to repeat it again. Huh?
No, we got it, which is great. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, sir. Senor Padilla Bernandez.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I would like to outline 5 aspects. The first one is that the main thing that I expect from this World Local Production Forum is to keep the commitment of no giving steps back in a situation of very big uncertainty from a geopolitical point of view. The second one is that I think that we should establish a framework for local production that understands that it's also a tool for global health and global security. The third one is that production is just a part of the whole way. We should also be thinking about production, but also about research and development, and mainly about access. The fourth one is that in time of difficulties, we should share all the efforts to move forward in these challenges and to understand that the challenges we have regarding local production of medicaments are also talking us about health, but also about economy, about security, and even about environmental policies. And the last one is that production capacities are an enabler for further tools that governments can have in order to increase and to make wider pharmaceutical policies.
Gracias, senor. Dr. Nakatani.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Really privileged to contribute to this critical session today. We are here at the World Local Production Forum today, are united by a singular and urgent goal to ensure equitable and timely access to quality assured health products. Then the regional production is also lifeline and crucial for the universal health coverage and also global security. Then this forum is really key platform to the nature, the new and strengthen the existing partnerships within the global community to be able to scale up the assistance and the efforts. Then I would like to take this opportunity to highlight the 3 achievements have done by WHO collaboration with partners. First, we established a regional training center for the biomanufacturing in collaboration with several institutions in Africa and the regions, and also with WHO Academy and the Republic of Korea. We will announce very soon the designated new regional centers for the biomanufacturing in the African region and the Eastern Mediterranean region. And second, regulatory system strengthening. So we working closely with the African Medicines Agency through the global benchmarking tool to harmonize the regulatory framework within the African continent. This is the very important framework to strengthening for the local and the regional manufacturing, the capacity. And the third one is the messenger RNA technology transfer hub in collaboration with the Medicines Patent Pool and other international partners, plus 15 partners, governments and the partners, the local manufacturers. Then now, the 10 partners manufacturer already have achieved for the GMP level production capacity. This is very crucial and very much the great achievement for us. Then WHO is committed and continued our work together closely with the partners. And also we would like to prioritize result-oriented actions in coming years because of the quite crucial moment recently. That's why, this is really key to accelerate our achievement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nakatani, and thank you for spearheading these efforts of local production generation. Mr. Zhou, please.
Thank you, moderator, for this opportunity to join this esteemed panel. 2 key messages from my side as a start. Firstly, for UNIDO, we treat this subject, local production of pharmaceutical, as one of the priorities. When we talk about industry development, pharmaceutical industry sector very special position in UNIDO because as the previous speakers highlighted, this access to equitable medicine as fundamental right. It's not a privilege. We fully agree. But that's why we think that there are not of barriers standing in the way for us to achieve the objective of geographic diversified production of pharmaceuticals as well as economically sustainable. So we need to do both. So that's why it comes to the objective of this forum. I think we very much support the approach that to use this kind of systematic, comprehensive, this approach to deal with the ecosystem that are associated with local production of pharmaceuticals. But the thing is that how to do that it's an easy saying, difficult to do. We need to prioritize step by step, starting from basically the business plan or strategy, then policy. In particular, when you have a very clear target of, manufacturing what kind of health products or essential medicines in your country, you need to understand the regional context, the global context, what kind of advantage you have in the field of regulatory regime, in the field of this quality infrastructure, in the field of capacity, like you're working for skills. All of these that are part of the ecosystem. So you need to have this very, very detailed assessment. That is exactly what we are doing. We have done also support the AU in cooperation with WHO to prepare this pharmaceutical manufacturing in Africa business plan. Also, we work on, good manufacturing practice roadmap for 32 countries. Out of this, we also support 13 countries to develop their pharmaceutical strategy and this kind of policy. For us, we need to at least to tackle this issue from different kind of dimensions. Firstly, from industry policy perspective, when you think that how to create an inducive investment climate to attract the investors, you need to have this predictable, this kind of business environment. Also this attractive, this kind of like a policy. So how to use fiscal policy, how to use procurement policy, how to use trade policy. These are all the really relevant policy instruments to help you to achieve that, produce these medicines in your country, in your region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you for giving us the energy, also your passionate
Yes.
perspective today. It seems to me that industrial development and local production are very similar concepts, that they go very well together. So Mr. Zhou said we need to prioritize, and then he said we need to prioritize first with strategies. So let's start first with strategies. Let's go back to Her Excellency Dr. Daba and ask her to talk a little bit about strategies, and in particular how we can align local production strategies with international health priorities to ensure timely access to essential health products.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think ensuring, especially for underserved population, the most important thing to align with essential health products where they are produced in local manufacturing, but also to align them with the priorities, global health priorities. The first important thing is to check on, are they really essential drugs? Because we have a lot of things that are already put by global standards as global health essential priority lists. So production has to be aligned with either they are essential or not. I think the first most important thing was this one. For us, for example, in Ethiopia, a few years back, we used to import fluids, IV fluids. You can imagine an essential drug, an essential commodity, as in an IV fluid, used to be imported. So the first most important thing is to prioritize around where are the essential lists. Do we have the essential lists that are already put in a global health priority lists? And then the second most important thing in this is also to check if these priority lists are also global health priority agendas. Diseases with high burden, highest mortality and morbidity has to be well aligned, where countries already have a data. And the data that we see in different countries that show us they have the highest priorities. A few years back, we used to be more talking about infectious diseases, but nowadays, even in low and middle income countries, we are starting to see that the disease burden and the data we see in these countries has already changed. So the target has to align with what is the highest burden in a country or a continent or a region, and in a higher picture, what is the global health priority. And for that, recently we have already seen global health priorities used to be like TB, HIV, malaria. They're still the same in our side of the world. And the other thing is also to check if there is already a higher new emerging diseases, diabetes, hypertension, such non-communicable diseases have already started to emerge. And the other important thing is to check on if we have new tools or new priorities that are emerging. We have to adopt with the global health priorities. That comes with the fact that we have global tools that we need to adopt at a regional or at a global level, but most importantly at a country level. We need to sit on the table. We need to hear from countries if they can really adopt it to their context. So the most important thing around local production, local manufacturing, but global health priorities have to still tailor down to hear from countries. Can they do it? Have they adopted it? Were they on the table when these discussions were made? Have to be seen. And another most important thing that I don't want to pass is about the core tasks that we need to implement around task sharing, but most importantly, around the global tech transfer that we've been talking for a lot, and we've been already starting nowadays. But most importantly, manufacturing capacity will not come and local manufacturing will not be realized unless we really talk very honestly around technology transfer. It's not only technology transfer, it can be a mutual relationship that we do. It can be with a joint venture where countries, multilaterals can come together and where we can help to improve local manufacturers' capacity, both not only in quality but also scale. This will keep us ensure that this aligns with global health priorities. This is not going to be just about countries, not about the region, but a global health priority, because if we manufacture in scale, if we manufacture with quality, we can ensure that the global health priorities are aligned with local manufacturing agenda. A third critical area around it is going to be around regulation. If we are already producing to the level local manufacturers are coming, do we have a good regulatory mechanism? A capacity building at a country level, at a global level, and at a regional level is really critical. WHO has been doing a lot. There are already standards that were already set, global standards like GMP compliance, and we have a lot of standards that have been made. Several countries are now pushing themselves, especially after COVID. We have heard it earlier during the panel, what countries have faced during COVID. What did we learn after it around our national regulatory capacities, our food and drug authorities who are pushing their limit? For example, in Africa, 8 countries have already achieved their food and drug authorities have already achieved level 3 maturity. But many countries are already pushing, including Ethiopia. In the next few months, we are already targeting to achieve level 3 maturity. We need more, because this is not just for the national agenda. This is about the regional agenda, regional coordination, regional collaboration. If one has already achieved a maturity level 3 or more, we need to have a regulatory capacity that one accepts the one that has been approved by a country level, at a regional level. Such initiatives have already happened, but we have to strengthen them. One is the one which His Excellency Dr. Jane Kasai has been saying. The African Medical Agency is another very critical area that our region has already started. It's not just establishing them, but we have to strengthen them, because it is not just a regional agenda, it's a global agenda. If we need to do more local manufacturing, but also targeting a higher capacity, we need to do around that. Another is around regulatory policy, which I've already mentioned, but financing around it is very critical, which probably I will come back maybe later if time allows. But innovative financing mechanism, innovative market shaping modalities, if time allows, I would come back, are very important. But the public-private partnership is really important if we're talking about local manufacturing capacities and ensuring that they align with the global public health agendas. Because nothing can be moved if we're still concentrating on public. A public-private partnership and a public modality that would enable the private sector has to be aligned in policy, aligned in the way we structure from regulation to consumption, from regulation to inter-regional collaboration, using platforms, regional platforms, global and multilateral platforms have to be well enhanced. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daba. And talking about public-private partnerships is music to my ears, because that's my day job at the World Economic Forum. Thank you for stressing that. Now we're going to pivot to, I think, something that's on all of your minds, which is the role of technology in all of this. Dr. Jisui Dong showed an infographic earlier about how technology and innovation can revolutionize local production, which was very exciting. Of course, there's an AI revolution taking place. So I'm going to ask first Professor Ferjani his thoughts about how to leverage cutting-edge technologies and innovations to enhance local production capabilities. Professor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le coordinateur de ce panel. Et concernant l'exploitation des technologies numériques, de l'intelligence artificielle, qui constitue une opportunité majeure pour transformer l'écosystème pharmaceutique, en particulier dans les pays à revenus faibles ou intermédiaires, en surmontant les obstacles structurels par des solutions intelligentes, rapides et interconnectées. L'intelligence artificielle pour le screening moléculaire et la recherche préclinique, des collaborations entre l'Institut Pasteur de Tunis, des start-up tunisiennes et des partenaires européens ont permis de lancer des projets d'intelligence artificielle appliqués à l'identification des candidats vaccins, notamment contre la leishmaniose. Ce modèle de co-développement permet d'accélérer le cycle de la recherche. Et nous sommes au stade d'expérimentation animale du vaccin à ARN messager contre la leishmaniose. Nous avons beaucoup de potentiel humain, des ingénieurs informaticiens hautement qualifiés qui travaillent un peu partout dans le monde dans le domaine de l'IA prédictive et également l'IA générative, dans la prédiction même de variations des mutations virales comme pour le Covid-19, pour prédire le devenir des vaccins pour certains virus comme le Covid-19. Et certains des startups tunisiennes ont été adoptées par des firmes pharmaceutiques Big Pharma au niveau européen, en particulier en Allemagne. Nous sommes également en train de développer des logiciels d'IA appliqués à l'imagerie médicale, des logiciels de production tunisienne, mais un pays à revenu intermédiaire ou faible, seul, ne pourra pas développer ces outils sans une coopération internationale. Plusieurs pays feront la force de développement de ces outils dans le domaine pharmaceutique. Donc la logistique intelligente et les chaînes d'approvisionnement également. Le ministère de la Santé a mis en place une plateforme nationale de gestion des stocks de médicaments intégrant des algorithmes d'optimisation de la distribution et des tests pilotes avec la pharmacie centrale ont permis une réduction de 30% des ruptures en médicaments essentiels dans certaines régions. Donc plus de médicaments, surtout dans les zones défavorisées où les citoyens parfois n'ont même pas les moyens de faire le transport à partir des zones lointaines vers les villes pour procurer les médicaments. Également, la technologie en termes de traçabilité, de lutte contre la contrefaçon. Nous développons un système national de sérialisation des produits pharmaceutiques, depuis la fabrication jusqu'au consommateur. Ce système interopérable avec les systèmes régionaux pour renforcer la traçabilité. Ce système est soutenu par des solutions blockchain dans les phases avancées, permet d'éviter les contrefaçons, d'éviter aussi de faire des exportations ou un commerce illégal des médicaments entre les pays. Ce système de traçabilité et de numérisation a été soutenu, en particulier, je citerai, entre la Tunisie et l'ambassade des États-Unis en Tunisie. Et nous avons maintenant un système numérisé au niveau de l'agence de médicaments, en attendant d'atteindre un niveau 3 au niveau des médicaments en Tunisie. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Professeur. And thank you for talking about AI, which I think is on all of our minds, the applications of AI to these new opportunities. I'm going to invite my distinguished panelists to be brief in their remarks so we can have as much discussion as possible, and continue with Mr. Al-Qahtani for him to share his thoughts on the role of technology in local production. Sir.
Thank you. For the advanced technologies and data innovation are transforming the local health production capabilities worldwide, particularly in developing countries. By integrating automation, AI, and data-driven tools, manufacturers can optimize process, reduce cost, and enhance quality control. AI-powered demand forecasting aligns production with actual health needs, preventing medicine shortage or surplus. Digital supply chain platform provide real-time visibility into inventory and distribution network, enabling rapid response to disruption, while track and trace technology ensure product validity. We are in Saudi Arabia demonstrate this transformation through our National Health Command Center for Supply Chain. which serve as the national nerve center for the health data analytics and the crisis management. And the National Healthcare Center for Supply Chain Advanced Capability position it to lead the digital transformation for local health production and supply chain through real-time monitoring and predictive analytics. The National Health Command Center for Supply Chain ensures optimal inventory levels, rapid response capabilities, and this strategic approach aligns perfectly with Vision 2030. And with the Vision 2030 healthcare localization goals, establishing Saudi Arabia as a both regional leader in the health innovation and contributor to the global health security. The National Healthcare Center model demonstrates how developing nations can leverage technology to build self-sufficiency in critical medical supply while maintaining global health partnership. This morning I had a discussion with Dr. Hanan Balkhi that we will have another meeting to discuss how can we transfer the knowledge of our National Health Command Center for Supply Chain to be shared with the world, with the WHO and also with the other countries, inshallah.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Katani. We're going to skip, don't worry, Dr. Padilla Bernaldez. We'll come back to you in just a second for a very important and critical question, but we're going to go to Mr. Zhou, who also, from his perspective at UNIDO, can share insights on the applications of new technologies. Mr. Zhou.
Thank you. I think for industry as a whole, we see this AI as enabler, disruptor, and transformer. The same applicable to pharmaceutical industry. So we see now, say clearly that from Dr. Dong's kind of presentation, who eloquently present the impact of AI, digital technologies in the whole, supply chain of this pharmaceutical industry, from the design to manufacturing and to distribution. As we see really that this is a very relevant subject for this edition of the forum. For UNIDO, we have developed guidelines to basically provide training to those maybe concerned stakeholders in tapping the potential of AI in particular in, manufacturing, including pharmaceutical manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure that will be a subject of a lot of conversation over the next few days, how to tap into AI opportunities. The reason we changed the order a bit was to then come back to Dr. Padilla Bernaldez, because technology and intellectual property are really very closely linked. We heard from Dr. Darren Tang earlier about the importance of getting intellectual property right. I was so happy to see that you were ready to talk about this critical, complex topic of navigating intellectual property considerations. So over to you, Your Excellency, to really share your thoughts on how to get that navigation right.
Yeah, I think that always that we talk about medicaments, there is like a kind of trade-off between intellectual property and the access to medicaments, but I think that the governments should be trying to design a virtuous cycle between IP rights and access to medicaments. I think that right now we don't have an intellectual property crisis, but we do have access to medicines crisis in many countries. So this is something that we should face. So intellectual property rights should not be above or should not be seen as a barrier for the access to medicines. I think that the first thing to say is that access is not an outcome. Access should be seen as a precondition for innovation. So pharmaceutical companies should be seen as facilitators for access and not trying to generate all the possible revenues, not regarding the access that people is going to have. The second thing is that we should really incorporate access conditionality when accessing to public financing or the use of public finance tools or goods for the developers of drugs. Also, I think that it's very important to guarantee that public health driving licenses are going to be given when needed treatments in lower and middle income countries. And I think that there is a thing that has been under discussion for many years, and it's like the possibility of the linking the R&D process and the commercializing process. This was a debate for a couple of decades, and now we are seeing this debate materializing in everything related to antimicrobial resistance. Well, this is not something that only can be used for a thing that there is no market, as it happens with antimicrobials, but also this should be seen for those drugs with a very high budgetary impact. I think that we all know, are seeing situation with a very big public health emergency, that is AIDS. We now have the scientific development to end with the AIDS transmission. For instance, is lenacapavir, a drug from the pharmaceutical company Gilead, but we don't have the political situation that enables us to guarantee that the people that need it are going to have it. So we really should tackle the needs of the intellectual property tools and the economic tools like the linking, the linkage, the linking the R&D from commercialization are going to be used. And one last thing I would like to say. We have been talking about the technology transfer, and we have been talking about the need for local production in order to win in autonomy. From a European country, I think that I have the obligation to talk about the need of a pandemic agreement to be signed in the next World Health Assembly. I would like also to thank the WHO, all their efforts in order to arrive to a pandemic agreement. I think this should be like the basis in order to talk for local production and also for further development in order to higher autonomy or higher sovereignty.
Thank you, Dr. Badia Belades. Thank you for throwing your support behind such an agreement and cooperation and reminding us all that now is the time to get the system right, not during a pandemic, but when we have the time to put in place these new processes. Dr. Nakatani, we've saved the best for last for you to give us a few of your thoughts on how to take all of these words and actually move to implementation. This is maybe the most important thing today, so that we actually get stuff done. What do you think, Dr. Nakatani?
So thank you very much, and also thank you very much all the inputs from the distinguished speakers today. Then, so for the most important enabler to implement of the local production, regional production is the highest level leadership in the national and the regional and the global level. Because we have to, in case we need to solve all the challenges across the access matters, requires the comprehensive and the holistic approach, including the policy coherence and the regulatory capacity, R&D, market shaping, the technology transfer, around etc., etc. All those policies have to coherent of the public health priority, the priority products. We have to have the same target, but working a different way, different approach. But the target is only one. It is good to have the one strong target. That's why those highest leadership to show what is our target in the national and the regional and the global level. This kind of the coherent quite important to implement of the collective way and accelerate the achievement. That is why the WHO organized this forum to gathering all the stakeholders across the sectors, beyond the sectors, and then encouraged all the new partners gathering here. Then we want to have the one big target during these 3 days. So I hope that you can find something you have to take action the coming years.
Thank you, Dr. Nakatani. So political will is the name of the game. And I think we see the political will of the leaders from their respective countries on stage, and I'm sure the political will of those in the audience as well. I'm going to give each panelist a chance to have a second intervention, but I would implore you to please be brief for the sake of getting our distinguished delegates to lunch. So if you could please maybe intervene in 1 minute each, that would be tremendous. But these topics are really important and we don't want to leave them off the table. And the next one we're going to talk about is finance. Dr. Daba, what transformative financing mechanisms can be harnessed for sustainable local production? In 1 minute.
Thank you. Transformative financing mechanisms are really important for countries, especially as low and middle income countries particularly are more reliant on imports, mainly on active pharmaceutical ingredients. So for local manufacturing capacities and local manufacturing agenda to move forward, we need a sustainable financing mechanism, predictable and sustainable financing mechanisms. One that would be blended financing mechanisms, where blended financial mechanisms, where countries can bring different innovative financial modalities for new local manufacturers that come into manufacturing for the first time. One can be like concessional capital, where a risk can be shared when new local manufacturers are coming into the picture, which our country is trying to do nowadays with many new local manufacturers coming into picture. Establishing a dedicated pool financial mechanism. It can be from the new capacities that are coming from global financial institutions, regional financial institutions, and other transformative financial mechanism is going to be market guarantee to local manufacturers, where you can give more time, where they can have a volume guarantee or a guarantee for a long term into a new country where they have already established, which our country is already giving. Another going to be tax incentives, where many countries are already doing. And for example, for us, for 15 years, we usually exempt new local manufacturers that come into picture. So this type of local incentives can help. And government-backed loan guarantee is another key critical area where loans can be very tricky when new local manufacturers come into pictures. But it also needs another local innovative financing mechanism where we can do a local market shaping. This local market shaping is going to be done not only at a country level, but a regional and a global market shaping mechanism can really help us on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daba. From finance, we're going to go to the important topics of collaboration, North-South, South-South, and health security. I think this is what's everybody's mind when we talk about local production. And we'll ask first Professor Ferjani about what good examples of collaboration exist and how can we scale them. Professor.
Merci beaucoup. Dans un monde traversé par de profondes tensions géopolitiques et une réduction progressive de l'aide publique au développement, la collaboration Nord-Sud et Sud-Sud évolue, mais reste un levier stratégique essentiel pour bâtir une production locale de produits de santé résiliente et durable. Face aux restrictions budgétaires croissantes dans les pays du Nord et à l'instabilité mondiale, ces partenariats deviennent plus que jamais des instruments de souveraineté sanitaire. Ils reposent sur la solidarité, la complémentarité et surtout le transfert de savoir-faire. La Tunisie s'inscrit pleinement dans cette dynamique à travers plusieurs initiatives concrètes. Notre coopération avec le Sénégal, la Côte d'Ivoire, l'Algérie, dans le domaine de la réglementation pharmaceutique, illustre la force du partage Sud-Sud. Ensemble, nous harmonisons nos cadres, échangeons nos expériences et accélérons l'accès à une production de qualité adaptée à nos contextes locaux. Nous explorons également une logique de spécialisation régionale en matière de production. Plutôt que dupliquer les investissements, nous misons sur des synergies pour créer des économies d'échelle. Cela réduit notre dépendance extérieure et renforce notre efficacité collective. Nous croyons en un écosystème d'innovation décentralisé. En connectant nos centres de recherche, nos universités, nos start-up, nous favorisons une innovation enracinée dans nos besoins réels et portée par nos talents. C'est dans ce même esprit que nous proposons la mise en place d'un hub maghrébin pour la production de médicaments essentiels, adossé à des plateformes logistiques communes, un projet structurant, pragmatique et économiquement viable, même dans des contextes contraints.
En parallèle, la coopération Nord-Sud conserve toute sa pertinence. Elle permet le transfert des technologies et compétences de pointe, un soutien financier stratégique à travers des mécanismes innovants, le renforcement des capacités réglementaires via le jumelage de la formation et de partenariats en recherche et développement, comme le montre l'expérience réussie de l'Institut Pasteur de Tunis. Dans ce contexte exigeant, 3 priorités s'imposent. Premièrement, investir dans des projets à impact structurel durable. Deuxièmement, favoriser la coopération triangulaire pour optimiser les ressources et surtout miser sur le transfert de savoir-faire pour construire une véritable autonomie régionale. Merci.
Merci, Professor. Mr. Al-Qahtani, collaboration and health security go hand in hand, and local production and health security also go hand in hand. What are your thoughts about how local production can increase health security?
Thank you so much for your question. And in my opinion, I think we have to establish a pillar of local production as under the local or the international health security. We must adapt a multi-stakeholders regional anchored approach that aligns with lessons from recent crises and the framework like the ongoing WHO pandemic agreement and drawing from the country's experience in supply chain resilience. So, and I propose the following actionable strategy to align national regulation with the international benchmark. For example, WHO pre-qualification and GMP standards. Second, deploy a blended finance mechanism, such as the government-backed loan guarantee and partnership with the multilateral institution to attract private sector investment. Foster North-South and South-South technology partnership to bridge gaps in advanced manufacturing, and establish a regional manufacturing ecosystem with a shared infrastructure, for example, API plants and logistic networks to ensure rapid scaling during emergency priorities, procurement arrangement that reserve output for neighboring low and middle income countries. One of our outcomes in the last conference in Jeddah, and one of our outcomes to have a logistic hub in Saudi Arabia for the antimicrobial resistant medicine, and we are already started working with the WHO and other organizations to establish such a logistic hub by end of 2025. And by embedding all this principle into multilateral platforms, the World Local Production Forum nation can transfer local production from national priority into global public good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Qahtani, and thank you for your strong support, Saudi Arabia's strong support of this agenda. Before we go to Dr. Bernaldez Padilla, also to ask about health security and local production, I would like to invite the organizers to put up now an engagement poll. We will give all of the audience time to vote with the QR code that you will see shortly. You'll see a number of statements that capture the themes that we've been talking about, whether related to health security, intellectual property, collaboration, innovation, technology, finance. There are 10 themes when you log onto this QR code in the form of 10 sentences. And we invite you to vote from 1 to 5 for which theme you think is really important for us to work on and take forward. And this will help guide our work over the coming days. With that, Dr. Padilla Bernaldez, what do you think about local production as a key to global health security?
I think that many times when we talk about local production and the preparedness for future emergencies, we don't notice that for many countries and for many regions, those emergencies are currently ongoing. So I think that before Dr. Casella was talking about when the public health emergency of international concern for Mpox was being declared, we all noticed that the vaccines were in the global north and the disease was in the global south, especially in the center of Africa. this is a clear reason why local production should be really aligned with the needs of local population. And also because when that happened, in the 15th of August, I think it was last year, Spain, our government, really committed to make a very big donation of the 20% of our stock for the Mpox vaccines, but it took us 6 months to materialize this donation. So donations are needed, but local production is really necessary because donations are not going to be enough. I think that there are three main things that should be tackled. We really need to expand the R&D capacities. R&D capacities will drive to an expansion of regulatory capacities, and regulatory capacities will drive to an expansion to technological capacities, which will end into the local production improvement. And I would also like to end with a couple of things. The first one is that I think that we really should commit with the creation of local government bodies which bring together the government and the pharmaceutical industry. We, as in Spain, we have approved the National Pharmaceutical Industry Strategy that brings together 5 different ministries with the 7 main entrepreneurial associations for pharmaceutical industry in order to move from an offer-based system to a needs-based system. That I think that it's something very, very needed for local production. And the last thing is that I think that we should, from a political point of view, we should be coherent and consistent with our positions talking about access to medicines. It's not really understandable that we are defending here the need of local production development, and afterwards, in other dialogue tables, we are defending very self-protective measures that are going to be a barrier for lower and middle-income countries to develop a local production system. So I think that this consistency is also something that we should really be having.
Thank you, Dr. Padilla Bernaldez. And I think your example is really important to make this topic today real, which is that you wanted to donate the vaccines, Mpox vaccines, but it took you 6 months, even with the best political will and the best intentions, but local production would have allowed that access to take place immediately. I think this is an excellent example for why we're all here and why this matters. We're going to go to Mr. Zhou, and in all of this, capacity building is essential, and international organizations can play an important role. How do you see local production capabilities being built by international organizations?
Thank you for this very, very important question. I recall that in the previous session, there are several speakers talking about the importance of capacity building. Now, everybody knows the importance of this subject, but they don't know how to do it. From policymakers' perspective, from regulatory perspective, from say operation like a factory manager perspective, I think there are many things I think associated with this subject. So we need really to trickle down, say by each and every area. We should have the tailor-made these trainings for the decision makers. Not only for Minister of Health, Minister of Industry, Minister of Finance, even Prime Minister, the head of government. Because this is really not an issue only with Ministry of Health. This is really, as the previous speakers stressed, this is a whole society, whole government issue. That's why we need to have this dedicated training program for those senior level decision makers. Why and how to do this. Secondly, at the operation level, technical level, we should have this kind of also tailor-made training programs, target those kind of like practitioners, like this kind of like professionals, yeah, how to align, comply with these kind of good practices, their requirement, the qualifications. These are the second layer. The third layer basically is the business cases, how to make local production, the say physically, say financially sound. This is something also critical when we talk about financing, yeah? Because we do not have money everywhere, there's money. But the thing is that how to fund or develop a bankable project. So that's what we need to have this mechanism or tools. For this, you need to have the dedicated kind of like a computer model for feasibility analysis and reporting in short CONFA to help the investors or entrepreneurs to assess the business plan's viability, then to improve it. Eventually, that from business perspective, that is really a good proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And to give us the last word to close our panel, the WHO, Dr. Nakatani, we started this session talking about how to enable local production through the ecosystem. And so the floor is yours, Dr. Nakatani, in terms of how we can think about enablement.
Thank you so much. Yeah, as you know, so we mean we are working on the public health agenda in the globally, but currently we're facing of the financial and the technical challenges because of the U.S. government intends to the withdraw from the WHO, and also some of the country wants to prioritize for the other agenda than the health topics. But health is the fundamental right for the human being, and the health is basic the capacity of the people to providing the contributing the economic growth is, and more than that. So for me, it's we are all the work very much proud of the work on the health. Then in the agenda of the regional and the local production is the critical to ensure access to the timely and equitable to access to quality assured health product. This is also the critical to ensure the lives in the world. Then I would like to say the WHO also remains steadfast in the supporting all the member states to implement of all the agenda across the many challenges we discussed today in these sessions. Then, but the meantime, we have to prioritize actions, programs. But I would like to propose that we have to prioritize by the result-oriented approach. We have to deliver with less resources. This is the coming years, world changing. We have to prioritize the confident actions we can deliver. Otherwise, we cannot continue to the delivering as of today. So this is the one message. And also, we have to have the longer-term sustainable investment on this area. Then I would like to suggest for the discussion coming days on the financing by the result-basis payment mechanism. This is something new or some part we already did in the industry outside the house, but the health sector is also have to consider this kind of the paradigm shift. And the third thing is the WHO considering to establish the coalition of the agencies to provide technical assistance to local manufacturers, because WHO also needs to prioritize our program based on the WHO core mandate, which is providing the norms as a standard, and also we are strengthening the leadership role for around the world. WHO is going to more slim, but we can deliver with less resources. But we have to collaborate with other partners more closely, more collaborative way. So that's why we are considering the coalition and then scaling up the assistance around the world to accelerate the local and the regional production.
Thank you, Dr. Nakatani. Thank you for giving us a list of action items to discuss over the coming days to take forward for implementation. It's been great, and I know you all want to go to lunch. I will just share with you the results of this poll, at least preliminarily, as we close this panel. 121 of you voted. That's why I was looking at my phone to get the results. One of the highest voted for themes was the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration to tackle these challenges from government, industry, academics, experts. So this is really shows how important it is for us to be here at this World Local Production Forum and the discussions that will take place. So thank you to my panelists, and thank you to all of you for being here. Thanks.
Thank you. As we move forward, let us remember that local production is not just about manufacturing. It is about resilience, sovereignty, and the fundamental right to healthcare access for all. This forum is our opportunity to drive real and lasting change. On behalf of the organizers, I welcome you once again to the third World Local Production Forum. Let us make this a defining moment in the journey toward a healthier, more equitable world. Thank you, and see you after the lunch.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have enjoying your lunch break. I believe our agenda stated we will start at exactly 1, but unfortunately, because of the informative sessions, we're taking a long time in the morning. We will start, inshallah, at 1:45. So I hope you will enjoy also staying and waiting until our panelists come. See you at 1:45. mic.
Check.
Test. Hello, assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here on time. Now, I think 1:45. I am your host so far, Dr. Samar Al-Ghalibi. Unfortunately, I couldn't be able to join the first session, but I believe it was so informative from the stage side. I have a small request. Since our speaker joined us to the stage, I would love to have a quick interaction, discussion with this amazing audience, because I believe everybody here have their own thought, their own discussion point, their own value to add it to this amazing platform, because I believe this kind of platform today, we are here to listen to each other message, to learn, and also to share. I just want to give a small hint about what will be the coming session. It's like I'm making you guys a little bit excited, where I know most of you already know the agenda, but I believe everybody know about the power of policy and regulation. We know it's not a barrier, it's more a bridge. We know if we have the right policy, which is usually we have it, the more powerful is coming from the people, which is you guys. Policy and regulation could reflecting to the scale-up point through the people. So when we do that, we get every time the outcome that we expected. So I would love to start this conversation until our panelists come and we can start. I can call our chairperson, Ms. Sonomi, if she's here. She will join us here and she will call all the amazing experts. Thank you. You can use the link here, or you
want me to get the people here?
Yes, if they're here, we would love them.
So you want? Oh, the light is very shiny. Good afternoon. I hope you all had a very nice lunch break. And now it's up to us, the panelists, to start this afternoon. And I've understood that it's up to me to introduce the speakers. So could I ask to come forward Mr. Hu Ya-chung. Mr. Hu Ya-chung is the Director General of the Department of Consumer Goods, Ministry of Industry and Information and Technology of the People's Republic of China. Thank you very much. Then the second panelist is Mr. Andrew Owain Jones. Mr. Andrew Jones is the Deputy Director for Immunization Supplies at UNICEF Supply Division in Copenhagen, where he oversees UNICEF's procurement and delivery of vaccines, cold chain equipment,
and expanding effort to solarize primary health care centers. Mr. Jones, welcome. Then the third panelist is Mr. Dong Yun Kim. He is the director of the WH Workforce Training Hub Support Team of Health Industry Bureau at the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea. Welcome, Mr. Kim. The fourth panelist is Mr. Themba Khumalo. He is the Senior Advisor of Value Change to the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Secretariat, Mr. Vankele Mene. Mr. Themba coordinates the work program on the selected priority value change for boosting intra-Africa trade and production. Welcome for Mr. Khumalo. And then finally, we have Mr. He-T-C Lo. He is the unit head of regulation and safety within the WHO Department of Regulation and Pre-Qualification. And in this role, Mr. He-T-C Lo coordinates WHO global strategies for strengthening national and regional regulatory systems, including promoting global and regional regulatory harmonization, convergence, collaboration, and work-sharing reliance. And is he here or is he not here? So Mr. He-T-C Lo, he's not here. Okay, might be that he is coming. Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen, for coming up here already. And it's a pleasure and an honor for me to give a small introductory speech. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to contribute at this important forum and to chair this session. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed how fragile and deeply interconnected our medical supply chains are. Shortages affected many, but not all equally. In some parts of the world, access to essential health products came late. We must acknowledge that, and we must learn from it. During the pandemic, I was working at the Ministry of Health in the Netherlands and saw how quickly the world can respond when the urgency is high enough. But I also saw how crucial it is to be better prepared and to ensure access is not only fast, but also fair. That's why we need strong regional ecosystems with predictability for companies, supported by clear regulation, innovation, and of course, skilled personnel. Local production can only be truly sustainable when these foundations are in place. We have seen how collaboration between science, industry, and regulators can strengthen access. In the Netherlands, this comes together in the Leiden Bioscience Park. Regionally, the African Medicines Agency, the AMA, is a good example of how progress is being made. Regulatory harmonization is one area where we can move forward together. Faster and safer access depends on trust and aligned standards. Collaboration between agencies like the AMA and the EMA is essential, and the WHO can support this through harmonization, guidance, and participation. Also, initiatives where knowledge and data is being shared between inspection entities like the Pharmaceutical Inspection Convention and schemes are very important. Lower and middle income countries are leading impressive developments based on deep local knowledge and expertise and commitment. Where needed and requested, collaboration on training and capacity strengthening can help reinforce that leadership. The Netherlands contributes through international initiatives such as CEPI which focuses on vaccine R&D and equitable access, and through TAI-MAF Plus, a partnership between the EU and African partners to support local production efforts and strengthen the regulatory systems. MAF Plus is a 2 billion Team Europe initiative supported by member states like Belgium, France, Germany, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Spain, Sweden, but also, of course, European Commission and the EIB, with a portfolio of 100 projects focused on boosting local manufacturing in Africa to enhance access. It has supported continental platforms like Africa CDC's, EMA, and establishment of the WHO mRNA Technology Transfer Program. The Dutch Biotech Training Facility, which is currently in the process of being recognized by the WHO as a WHO Regional Biomanufacturing Training Center, provides practical training in areas such as good manufacturing practices and regulation. Many low and middle income country policy officers, inspectors and manufacturers have been trained here. But regulation and training are not enough. We need more transparency to detect supply chain risks before they lead to shortages. And while we speed up processes, we must also ensure that quality, environmental safeguards and AMR prevention go hand in hand. The WLPF can support tailored goals, recognizing that different products require different approaches, and we must connect regional efforts to global platforms such as the G20 to strengthen coordination. The Netherlands is very much committed to being a reliable and supportive partner. Let us move together. Thank you very much. So, with this very impressive lineup, it's all gentlemen. And we're still hoping that the fifth person is showing up, would be great. We will start with a short statement from each panelist, followed by a discussion and some key questions. And after that, we will have time for questions from the audience. So, can I start with you, Mr. Yu-Ya Chung? What is the ideal framework for monitoring and evaluating policies aimed at strengthening local production ecosystems, and how can data be used to inform future initiatives?
好，谢谢主席。女士们、先生们，我是来自中华人民共和国工业和信息化部消费品工业司的司长何亚琼，非常高兴有机会来参加由 WTO 主办的这样一个盛会。今天呢，我也看到了我们中国一些企业家也来到了今天这样一个会场，比如我们中国的国药终身、我们的科兴，还有沃森，还有康泰、智飞生物等等一些中国的企业来参加这样一个会。我们觉得这是一个非常好的一个平台，全世界从事医药生产供应的一些企业、政府部门，大家一起可以交流，共同来推动全球范围的药品和其他健康技术的可及性和公平性。大家都知道，我们中国政府始终致力于推动我们医药工业的高质量发展，在整个医药工业的生态构建，包括技术创新方面，做了很多的努力，确保我们中国医药工业供应链和产业链的这样一种安全稳定。近年来呢，中国政府在致力于医药工业本地化生产方面也做了很多显著的成效。我们都知道，中国是一个原料药生产的大国和出口国之一， 应该说为全球的药品的研发生产提供了非常好的这种原料的保障。我们也一直坚持这种开放合作的态度，与全世界的同仁们一起共同推动整个生物医药、化学药，包括中药、包括医药器械在内的整个医药工业的创新发展。应该说，中国这些年，无论是我们在研的创新的新药，还是我们医药工业的创新能力，都得到了非常显著的提升。应该说，这样一些能力的提升，不仅保证了我们中国14亿人的用药，也为全世界我们共同的这种用药的需要提供了坚实的基础。在面对这种公共卫生挑战方面，中国人一直秉持着授人以鱼的这种人道主义的精神。我们总是在所需要的国家和地区提出需求的时候，我们第一时间提供我们的帮助。比如在刚刚过去的新冠疫情期间，中国政府向非洲的这些地区的国家，向18个国家提供了各方面的检测试剂、疫苗、口罩、防护服等大量的医药物资，应该说为这些地方的抗疫工作提供了非常有力的支持。另外一个呢，我们也很重视为这些地方给他们提供一些医药工业的这种生产工具呀，我们中国人叫授之以渔，保持当地的可持续发展，结合各地的实际，结合各地的禀赋，我们从技术支持，从原材料支持，从生产合作，从联合开发，包括帮助他们培训方面，给这些国家一支持。我们也希望跟大家一起能够建立一个全球共赢的这样一个健康产业的这样一个生态。这也是我们中国政府一直秉持的这样一个全球这个医药工业供应链、产业链合作的这样一个态度。我们也希望在这个合作中，我们能跟各个国家进行这样一种深入的多边的合作，把我们中方始终秉持的人类命运的共同体这样一个理念，把我们中国方案的一些中国智慧分享和贡献给大家，与我们 WHO 一起，与我们在座的各位同行一起，包括我们今天通过今天这样一个会议的这样一个平台，我们能够平等的建设性的对话，为我们下一步全球公共卫生事业的发展注入新的动力和活力。谢谢大家，也愿意听大家的高见。谢谢。
Thank you very much. It's really interesting and very good. You take so much importance on humanity and the working together as people around the world. Very interesting. Thank you so much. So we go to Mr. Andrew Owain Jones. And the question for you we have is, what are the key elements of policy coherence in the context of local production, and how can cross-sector collaboration enhance this coherence? Thank you.
Thank you. No, it's a good question, and just as maybe 2 words before I make comments on that. So I sit at UNICEF's supply division. I think many of you know UNICEF is a big provider of services for children in health and education and child rights across the globe. And I appreciate the chance to come speak at the forum, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I think one of the things we've always done at UNICEF now for quite some time, since we're such a big buyer of commodities, we bought about a little over $5 billion of goods and services last year. 3.5 billion of that was goods. So a lot of the things we're talking about in the meetings here today. And in fact, at UNICEF, we tend to look at the world as sort of program countries or donor countries. And we source a lot of our goods, 50% of our goods we source from program countries. So it's certainly something we have a lot of experience with. I think on the policy coherence point, there tends to be, and there's a lot of discussions obviously about health, excuse me, health commodities. And that's a big part of the discussions here, certainly what we purchase. And there's a tendency there, I think, to look at other related areas. So regulatory, which is an enormous piece of the health policies. But the policy coherence goes well beyond that, because in addition to sort of the need for finance, there's also a host of enabling policies that governments and regional bodies can put in place. So those are things around creating special economic zones, as governments of India and elsewhere have done, and here in the Emirates as well. It's trade policy, workforce development, which is another big one. What we certainly see is the need for skilled workers, particularly in sophisticated health commodities, and that takes time and that takes investment by the government, by private sector partners. So there's policy coherence that can take, trade policies, finance, look at workforce development, and bring that together at the same time. Because if you're just investing in a large amounts of capital into a facility that's going to produce drugs, but you don't have the supply chain there, you don't have the workforce development, you really struggle to develop a sustainable business. And I think part of that means working with partners outside of the immediate orbit, right? Beyond technical agencies, it's also trade bodies and others that you can work across the sector, and then you can move faster together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know whether there's technicians here, but for me, it's very difficult to hear the speakers. That's very difficult to hear what you said. But as far as I understood, you just put emphasis on that you need all the different policies in order to be able to get more regional production. And you're not so, yes. I heard enough to understand the essence of what you said. Thank you very much. So now we go to Mr. Mr. Dong-Yoon Kim. And the question I have for you is, what are some success factors of Korea that may be duplicated in countries that aim for local production?
Thank you. It's my great honor to speak here in this important event. Korean government has invested a lot to make some very challenging research projects to make some portable vaccine manufacturing system. And it's very highly cost, but very effective. And it's kind of a very beginning stage of the production. It can be very effective and very portable. So in the future, very small companies can adopt that production system. So in Korea, we are doing investing to that project to make some small scale but very effective, very short period production system in vaccine manufacturing. So I think Korean government is trying to develop lots of vaccine manufacturing, local production projects altogether, but we are focusing on how to make the system very effective, and in a short time we can make vaccine production. So we are focusing on the system, and it's kind of a success factor after COVID-19 in Korea, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we go to the next speaker, which is Mr. Tembako Malo. Yeah. And we would be interested to hear from you why the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat did prioritize pharmaceutical value chains and what has been done to support local production and trade in Africa.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon to colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. We from the FCFTA Secretariat, which has a mandate to implement an agreement that now has 49 state parties, meaning African countries that have deposited their instrument of ratification to the agreement that has 54 signatures out of the 55 members of the African Union. And I think that should obviously signal the political will around the need to be able to create an environment for Africa to produce, trade, develop, ensure economic growth through the use of this population of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 United States trillion dollars. And I think, obviously, to your question, it is data that is driving our selection. Looking at import basket, even before COVID-19, we had already surpassed $16 billion just on pharmaceutical products, not even excluding vaccines. And obviously, if you then look at some of the pockets of industrial investments that are there in the continent, the market itself, the single market that we are building through the FCFTA, there's no other justification than the need to be able to look at how do we support a strategy that seeks to help us or drive an import substitution strategy, but also just build a global competitive industry that can be able to play a role in the global economy. So we looked at that and look at some of the protocols that are behind the environment being created for the FCFTA. So you look at protocol on trading goods, look at protocol on intellectual property rights, protocol on investment, dispute settlement, digital trade, and others that we are now utilizing as part of the justification for local production and trade of pharmaceutical products in the continent. And we believe that we have got enough expertise, enough skills in the continent. The environment for business investments is being created so that you can be able to invest in Rwanda and trade in Ghana or Egypt or South Africa on the same set of rules that define how we are doing business in the continent. And more so probably given the current challenges that we are facing from a geopolitical context, and we feel that Africa presents that opportunity for local production. So when we say local production in our case, we mean the 49 state parties to the FCFTA agreement that present that opportunity to drive that investment. And as business will have always said that we have got 49 small or disintegrated economies. We have an instrument that therefore brings those countries and say, here is an environment for investment where you can be able to receive your commercially priced returns on those investments. And therefore, we are working with a number of AU agencies in the form of Africa CDC, AUDA NEPAD, and other organizations, including Afrexim Bank, to ensure, an African Development Bank, to ensure that we can be able to support localization of pharmaceutical vaccines and diagnostic equipment in the continent and trade under the framework of the FCFTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you're putting into practice what was said by Mr. Jones. You need all the different areas to be successful, and there is a lot of political will in your continent. Thank you so much. I've understood that Mr. Hite Selo is online. and we can see him now. Welcome to you. Welcome to this session. You hear us? Good. Well, nice to have you here. And the question we have for you is regulatory frameworks are one of the core elements for ensuring policy coherence in the context of local production. What are the enablers of good regulatory practices that directly impact effective regulation of medical products in the context, of course, of local production? I'm sorry, we do not hear you. Wait a minute, I think they're working on it. Can you try again? No, still we cannot hear you. One moment, they're still working on it. Can you try to speak again? No. Is there any chance we will get a connection where we can hear Mr. E.T. Silo? Can you try again? It still doesn't work. I'm sorry about that.
Maybe we go to the next round.
Yeah, maybe we go to the next round. Mr. Yuya Chung, and this is about the specific strategies which can be followed by governments to employ, to align local production with global health priorities and to ensure also a seamless integration into international supply chains.
非常高兴啊！应该来讲，这个本地化生产不仅是一个经济议题，更是一个公共安全的重要组成部分。我们今天专门开这样一个 WHO 的这个本地化生产的会，也是为了解决这样一个问题。实际上，我们人类面临越来越多的这种健康突发的这种传染病这样一种威胁。应该说，这么多年，我们中国政府和在座的各个国家也开展了疫苗、诊断试剂等药品的研发和合作，通过这种投资建厂，通过技术合作，通过生产许可和人员培训的方式。
Sorry, there is no translation. We cannot hear. Can we try and fix this?
应该说，我们通过我们跟土耳其、巴西、印度尼西亚，包括我们今天所在的阿联酋这些国家、马来西亚、巴基斯坦等，都开展了一些甲肝、还有水痘等方面多种疫苗的这种联合生产。另外呢，今天在座的很多企业家也在我们中国做了很多的这样一些疫苗生产的投资。 这些都是非常好的一种本地化生产的一种案例。应该说呢，本地化生产是推动公共卫生体系这样一种产业链韧性建设的一个必由之路。我们始终 希望大家一起能够充分考虑各个国家不同的禀赋、不同的发展水平、不同的发展的诉求，通过各种方式来共同打造适合国家、适合每个国家自己需要的这样一种医药工业发展和生产的体系。在这个过程中呢，我们中国医药工业、中国政府一直帮助一些我们友好的发展中国家，和他们一起培养他们的本土人才，培养他们本土的技术力量，积极推动我们中国的企业和各国的企业一起进行深度的合作。同时，通过这样一个合作呢，我们共同来培育这样健康的这种医药工业发展的产业链、供应链。我们一直坚持，无论是这个医药工业还是其他这种生产，都是一个多边合作的这样一种大家公认的这种国际合作框架。多边合作同时还是全球公共卫生体系里面的一个关键的纽带。就像上午好多部长嘉宾们讲到，我们现在全世界面临很多问题、很多挑战，我们需要做好准备。那么在这些复杂的问题面前，每一个单一的国家、一个单一的机构都无法解决，需要我们双边和多边的国家共同的努力，需要我们中国倡导的人类命运共同体。我们每个人，人和人都一样，每个人的需求也都是基本上一致的。所以，如果有这个人类命运共同体这样一个理念，有我们今天 WHO 这样一种组织的这种公共卫生的这种国际合作，有我们这种区域性的，包括全球性的这样一种合作，我想我们各个国家的这种产业链、供应链这种发展会更加稳定，各个国家所需要的紧急情况下所需要的医疗物资的生产就能得到比较好的可持续的发展，而且我们可以从根本上一起来共同筑牢这样一个全球公共卫生的这样一个安全网，为人类的这种健康福祉共同做出我们的贡献。谢谢。Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the same question for the next speaker, Mr. Andrew Jones. So the question was the specific strategies for countries to align local production with the global health priorities.
Thanks, and I'll talk a bit further away from the microphone, which hopefully will help you and others. I think I was a bit too close before. Yeah, I think maybe there's a few things to mention. I mean, one of them that my fellow speaker from AFCTA was mentioning, certainly, you know, having the freer transit of goods is crucial, right? If you're a business putting health goods out and you have, you know, significant trade barriers to get them to your neighboring countries, that's going to be a challenge. I think the regulatory piece is another significant one. We've heard a lot about regulatory ready in this morning's sessions, and certainly the promise of the African Medicine Agency is huge, because for many companies now, you're registering your product in every country, and that comes with a cost. And if you're a small or you know, emerging supplier, those additional costs can sometimes be prohibitive. Now, I recognize that the AMA is still in its early days, but certainly the potential there to have, you know, both on the trade and the regulatory, to have a common, much like the European Union does, would be tremendous. And then I think the other piece of making it ready for production supply chains is also making sure that the demand in the business case is there. I mean, I know, speaking from some of my experience, vaccines, for example, is a big scale business, so it's not practical to have vaccine plants in every country, because the scale is such that you'd never really be able to provide them at a sustainable price. So instead, you really have to look at what is feasible within within neighboring countries, and what do you think that demand in business case is, and how can you put together a plan that is viable and sustainable, that you can sell to countries at a price you know that's within willingness to pay, but then also not have too much competition from neighbors. So that's big, and I think a lot of that comes with collaboration amongst regional bodies and governments to look at what the demands are now, what they will be, and sort of see how that can best be addressed through different manufacturers. And there's also another piece there of collaboration, or at least discussions amongst regional partners, because it's obviously politically quite difficult, but for example, there might be some need for regional cooperation to decide, well, we don't need this kind of health product in every country. We're going to try to have some sense of agreement of certain countries will focus on other certain types of products. So that sort of regional collaboration is all very important. I think if you take those together, that has the potential to make sure that the goods that are produced are kind of as ready as possible. And sorry, last point I should say, the strength of local supply chains varies significantly, and in some cases, work with the private sector as well, public, to make sure those supply chains are ready, not just for the raw materials, but also for the finished product. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we go over to Mr. Dong Yoon Kim again. As in Korea, you have the WHO designated training hub, and you just told me you already had a lot of students, and also Korea itself is putting a lot of money in it each year. So from your point of view, what are the necessary factors in strengthening the human resource capabilities for the local production in less developing countries?
Thank you, Chair. Can I have some time to introduce Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing for a short time, and
Yes.
then answer to your question?
Of course.
Thank you. Actually, I prepared some slides, but I don't think WLTF Secretariat prepared these slides. Just oral statement. Okay. First of all, let me briefly introduce the vision of Ministry of Health and Welfare of Korea. With the clear vision of building a happy society for all, the Ministry of Health and Welfare of the Republic of Korea leads the Korean government's comprehensive policy efforts in health. These efforts cover healthcare systems, resources, insurance, industry development, and regulatory frameworks. To build a happy and safe society from pandemics, not just for Korea, for the world, the Ministry of Health and Welfare Korea is operating a global training initiative, the Global Training Hub for Biomanufacturing. And in order to strengthen vaccine production capacity in middle and low-income countries, through training the biomanufacturing workforce, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, in cooperation with WHO, has established the Global Training Hub, shortly GTHB, in 2022, and signed the MOU with WHO in May 2023. Since 2022, GTHB provided 4 types of training programs. First, didactic courses training basic theories of biologics, development, and manufacturing, GXP, and biosafety. Second, hands-on courses training mRNA, cell-based, and microbial-based vaccine manufacturing, and QA/QC, utilizing the Global Bio Campus in Songdo, nearby Incheon International Airport in Korea, and its 5 network campuses around Korea. In addition to that, on-site consultations based on the needs of the related industry sector in low and middle-income countries, and online programs. Since its launch, the GTHB has trained more than 2,000 professionals from 63 LMICs. GTHB is receiving good evaluations from trainees, which prove training programs as successful. In 2025, this year, GTHB will provide didactic introductory course for biological development and manufacturing. That's in-person didactic training, and it aims to provide training to 120 participants from LMICs. And it will be held on June. And another didactic course will be held on October for 180 participants. It's a GXP course. On top of that, 4 batches of hands-on trainings will be provided from September to December, and 20 or 30 participants for each batch. From this year, GTHB started to focus on vaccine manufacturing hands-on training programs based on the industrial settings with GMP procedure in Korea. This hands-on training will accelerate enhancing vaccine manufacturing capacities of low and middle countries. Call for applications for all those training programs will be publicized through WHO and International Vaccine Institute's websites. Trainees can come to Korea to learn essential skills and techniques to do good local production. And Korean government take care of training expenses and accept airfare. So trainees can come to Korea, only burden their own travel expenses. And in the near future, GTHB will expand its training programs more diverse from advanced courses, train the training program, customized programs for individual training, to internship or scholarship programs. We expect those expanded programs with previous programs would contribute to enhancing knowledge and skills necessary for accelerating local productions in LMICs. For the operation of GTHB, Korean government has invested almost $7 million every year, and we are planning to invest $36 million in total by 2031 to train more than 20,000 biomanufacturing workforces from LMICs. To accomplish all those plans and contributions, Korean government will strengthen partnerships with WHO, including its regional training centers and other international stakeholders, expand GBC network campuses, and continue investing in global workforce development. And that's my introduction to GTHB, and I'll answer to your question.
Thank you very much. And I think it would be good if we gave a small applause for all the good work Korea is doing on this designated training hub.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Themba Khumalo, we come back to you. And we are wondering how your secretariat is working with other stakeholders to achieve the objectives of local production.
Thank you very much. And I think maybe just to mention 2 things. One is the fact that we negotiated and harmonized rules of origin that define the requirements or local content for benefit under the AFCFTA. Obviously in ensuring that we not just facilitate trade, but we enable industrialization. So there will be quite a number of partners that we are working with on the basis of where they can be able to contribute on this. So it could be, let's say, World Customs Organization, as far as customs and trade facilitation is concerned, especially where we identify some of the corridors in Africa, trade corridors, that we can
please confirm that you hear me.
See how we can be able to ensure efficiency, modernize processes that can be able to help us reduce the cost of trade in the continent, because data also does show us that part of the challenges which obviously also negatively impact on our ability to produce is also about the cost of trade, cost of transport and logistics in the continent. Hence, the discussions with AFDB, Afrexim Bank, on how we can therefore be able to invest in infrastructure that can be able to help us reduce that cost of trade in the continent, including just general trade finance, leading even to some of the financial services investments with Afrexim Bank in what we call Pan-African payment and settlement systems to enable the continent to trade, especially to the benefit of small businesses. Secondly, there's also another aspect in relation to non-tariff barriers or non-tariff measures, which we appreciate the work that over the years have been done by AUDANEPAT through African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization, and obviously now towards African Medicines Agency in the space of registration and regulation, because the agreement also provides that the Secretariat should be able to play in that space and look at how do we even report where we are experiencing challenges of non-tariff barriers. So there will be that level of engagement. We, as I said, we are working with Africa CDC specifically because of the mandate that they carry, and in terms of supporting our public response to health challenges in the form of ensuring localization. So in as far as Africa pool procurement mechanism, we're looking at how trade policy therefore should be able to enable that objective to be achieved. So there's quite a number, as I said, quite a number of therefore of organizations that we are engaging with, but in the main, define what our roles are in as far as this industry is concerned for the AU agencies, but also and ensuring that we can be able to mobilize enough resources for investments. We are having engagements at WEF level. We are friends of the FCFTA at the WEF, where we are able to engage in ensuring that we can be able to present this opportunity. For us, we look at it as a once-off opportunity to be able to move a needle in as far as development and growth of the African continent is concerned, and therefore even our presence in this type of platforms is ensuring that we can be able to share that message and indicate that the continent is open for business, and would want to ensure that even the procurement that is done, whether by USEF, Gavi, and others, appreciates the need to support localization in the continent, and we have put all systems in place to ensure that could be supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very clear answer. And I was seeing Mr. Hiti Silo again, and this time we hope we do not only see you, but we can also hear you. Could you please try?
Yes, let me try. I was told
wonderful.
it works.
You're there. I will not repeat
Finally.
my question, so we save a little bit of time. So the floor is yours, Mr. Hiti.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and my sincere apologies for all the challenges. It's clearly confirming that I should have been in the room, but here we are. So thank you. So I think your question was very much on the application of the good regulatory practices in the context of local production, and of course having effective regulatory frameworks as one of the essential elements for policy, for ensuring policy coherence. So first of all, I would like to start by saying that local production, as far as we are concerned, is from the regulatory world of quality assured medical product is very much dependent on effective and efficient regulatory oversight that is built on the principles of good regulatory practices. And that a strong regulatory system is one of the essential enablers of sustainable local production ecosystem. And WHO has been responding to building and to calls from countries to build effective and efficient regulatory systems that are also aimed at promoting what we call smart regulation. And this is basically promoting global and regional regulatory harmonization, collaboration, convergence, but most important, regulatory reliance and work sharing, including the joint activities that are very common, particularly in the African continent in the context of the African Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative, for which WHO has been a key partner, working closely with the African Union Development Agency over the past 15 years, and now close to handing over this work to the African Medicines Agency. We also see that national and regional regulatory authorities, as most of you have actually alluded to, provide guidance to manufacturers with regards to good manufacturing practices, which is an essential component that ultimately ensures products that are produced locally do meet and comply with internationally recognized regulatory standards, including those that are recommended by WHO and other international regulatory harmonization initiatives. So the national policies for local production should really take into account the key enablers of good regulatory practices that call for investments in strong regulatory systems to ensure public trust on the products that are locally produced. And the WHO ERP guidelines published in 2021 actually define good regulatory practices as a set of principles and practices that are actually put together to guide development, implementation, and review of regulatory instruments in order to achieve a public health policy objective in the most efficient and effective way. There are actually 8 of those principles, and I just wanted to, for this meeting, to highlight a few of them that I think are more relevant in the context of this discussion. The first one is that investment in regulatory system requires political and government support. And this is what we have seen in countries that have built up systems. I can take an example of the African continent, where over the last 7 years, we have seen 8 countries achieving maturity level 3 according to the global benchmarking tool, because the governments were committed to investing in this area. The other principle is good organization, governance, and leadership, but also competent human resources that are expected to deliver regulatory services to the industry. The other principle is sufficient and sustainable financial resources, effective communication, collaboration, and coordination, including with the in-country stakeholders, but also regional stakeholders, to ensure that whatever the regulator is proposing to the industry is actually is also widely consulted before putting this into enforcement. And the last principle that I wanted, the last enabler that I wanted to pick out of these 8 principles, enablers, is actually what we call science and data-driven regulatory decision-making process. That the regulator is given space to do their work based on science and generate evidence that will actually guide them to take decisions with regards to whether the product should go into the market or a manufacturer meets the minimum requirements that have been established based on laws, regulations, and of course the necessary guidelines. So this is my response to this, Chair, and I want to thank you, and again apologies for difficulties to actually join on time, and I hope I have an opportunity to respond to your second question as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was good to have you with us. We're winding up now, but we promised that there would be a possibility also for the people in the room to come forward with a question. So we can do 1 or 2, I think, before we finish. Are there any questions to one of the panelists, or any questions? Is there somebody with a mic? Nobody with a mic? Well, I'll walk myself. Works as well.
Thank you very much for the introduction and the presentation you're talking about. And your presentation about upskilling human capital is ears to my ears. So my question to you, and I know exactly that the policies, all the training hub focus on people. Now, if we can agree on the three primary competencies that can become as a jump start for all training and requalification of workforce that can possibly accommodate the new outcome of such initiative. So what are the primary competencies that you would like to have in talent, so at least when they start today, we can harvest the fruit of that aspect?
Thank you very much for your question. And I take it that is a question for our colleague from Korea. The competencies needed for the training of the people, or what competences are important in your training? Or can we ask some of the others?
Okay. So to accelerate local production in the aspect of human resource development, we are focusing on we are starting from the basic theories because lots of people, workforce from low and middle countries don't know the basic theories, how to do the vaccine procedure, production process. They don't know at all. Because some countries have facilities to produce vaccines, but there are no workforce, no labor force. Or even though they have some labor force, they don't have skills and knowledge to produce vaccines. So for GTHB, we aim to train workforce from low and middle countries. Just start from the basic theories, and we have been focusing on that. And after 2 or 3 years later, we are moving towards real hands-on training to have them, to competencies to make vaccines in the countries, because the hands-on trainings is very, very important because they experience real production in the GMP facilities in Korea. It's industrial setting, so there are also 5 different public-run facilities in Korea, and they produce different vaccines, such as mRNA, viral vector, antibodies. All those facilities are based on GMP facilities. So trainees from around the world, they experience for about 4 weeks of training period. They experience basic theories, and then they step into the real hands-on trainings. And I think that kind of training architecture is the main factor of enhancing competencies in vaccine production. And I already told you that we are planning to make customized training programs for every individual trainees from around the world. So we will look at the trainees' social, economic texture of that country. So we are going to make a lot of different various training programs for low and middle countries to accelerate local production in the future and to be prepared to future pandemics. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your extensive answer. So I think it's time to wind up this session. Thank you all the panelists for your valuable contributions to this panel. I think what we just heard confirms the importance of staying focused on a few essential building blocks. I heard a lot about strong regulatory systems and targeted training, also due to the last question. Quality insurance, I heard the importance of quality insurance that must be constant and not an add-on supported by clear standards and also mutual trust. I heard about demand predictability, which is crucial because without it, even the best production capacity risks being underused or misaligned. I heard also the second speaker saying it's not really local production, it's more regional production. You need a certain scale to be able to have such a complex production. So I think that is just a very small wrapping up of what has been said, and of course a lot more has been said. So thank you all, and I'm looking forward to have further discussions during the next panels and meetings with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, hello. Test. Hello, everyone. Just 1 second, please.
Hello, everyone, again. I hope you enjoyed the last session. But as they said, there is always more to share, and there is always always also a lot to learn. I just want you to give me the pleasure to welcome for our panelists for our discussion session with His Highness Dr. Mohammed Hassan Mohammed, Deputy Minister of Health of Somalia, where this session will highlight about how is the policy and the government committed can make different in what we do as impacting in our industry. I want you guys, please, to welcome His Highness to join us to the stage with, let's give some clapping so we can do this refreshment for everybody. It's for us. We are doing well so far. Please, stage for you. Amazing.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's been a long day now. We need to have a very different discussion where we all be part of it. This is the third World Local Production Forum. I would like first to call my esteemed panelists to come to the stage so that we have some good questions to answer, understand the insight from all over around the world, experienced panelists. I will start to call Dr. Rizka Andalusia, the Director General of the Pharmaceutical and Medical Device Ministry of Health, Indonesia. Please welcome to the stage. A very distinguished, esteemed panelist. Please also welcome with me Mr. Alejandro Riva Rojas, an Executive Officer, Industrial Development, Health Industry Team Leader at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, so-called UNIDO. Welcome with a warm. I also call the esteemed Mr. Simera Gray Johnson, the Director of Human Capital and Institutional Development at African Union Development Agency. If you are around, please welcome to the stage. Can I see him? Mr. Johnson. I will go to the next one as he comes. Next panelist is a 25 years well-experienced global health co-director of Center of the Development of Health Policy and and Politics at O'Neill Institute, Georgetown University, Mrs. Sharanan Lynch. Welcome, Mr. Sharanan. I also welcome the last panelist of the day, a youth, someone who has been actually working as a global health advocate at We Most Foundation from Netherlands, Mrs. Julia Hochberger. Welcome, please welcome with me. You know, we'll be discussing today. Will we have another microphone? Oh, yeah. Yes. Good afternoon. I would like first, before I start, to call my friends from behind to come close to us so that we can have an interactive discussion about this Third World Local Production Forum. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, please, you can come in front so that we can have a good time. First, let me start to welcome you to Abu Dhabi, the Third World Local Production Forum, where we connect, we debate, we shape the new ecosystem that has been built for the past 2 more forums has been working. Today, we will be discussing a lot of issues related with the government policies. How can we enhance policymakers? All of us here, I will just quickly reintroduce myself with my name. I am Dr. Mohammed Hassan, Deputy Minister of Health, Federal Government of Somalia. I'm actually a PhD candidate at University of Tangier University, and I'm working at the same time at the Federal Government of Somalia. It's an honor for me to be here in front of you at this panel. I'll be chairing in 4 stages. Number 1, I'll be just reintroducing and giving my panelists another chance to comment. Second, I will be having Q&A between me asking them, and lastly, I will give the discussion to all of the audience, anybody who is interested in this topic. Our main focus of this theme will be discussing fostering policy coherence and government commitment. First, I will give the microphone for his brief introduction. I give first Dr. Rizek Andalusia, next to me here. Dr. Rizek is a distinguished health professional as the Director of General Pharmaceuticals and Medical Device at Indonesia's Ministry of Health. She focuses on strengthening local production as a key pillar of the national health resilience and ensure sustainability access. Also access to pharmaceuticals, vaccine, medical devices through innovation and research. Next will be Dr. Alejandro Rivera Rojas. Sorry if I pronounce the name, it's my first time, yeah? Rojas is the Chief of Division of Small and Medium Enterprises, Competitiveness, Quality and Job Creation at United Nations Industrial Development Organization. He is currently leading UNIDO health industry program aiming promoting the local production of medical products, application of advanced technologies, increasing investment and market opportunities for the health products and industry preparedness for emergencies. Next is Mr. Samir Gray Johnson, who is working in a variety of countries under the African Union Development Agency, which is actually connected to the frameworks of Africa's countries to build the local production, or maybe a frameworks that can help to rebuild and structure the local production. He also leads the human capital and institution development, and his work drives Africa's health economy, regional integration, and institutional growth, fostering sustainability development. Ms. Sharonan Lynch, a 25 years well-experienced who has been working in the global health field with a focus on innovation and equitable access to the health tools and technologies. She's been working thoroughly. Currently, she is a co-director of George Washington's O'Neill Institute of Center of Global Health Policy and Politics. Mrs. Julia, a global health expert for WIMOS, specialized in intellectual property rights, licensing strategies, and health system strengthening. She also works and have a global experience initiatives and development cooperations. She approaches those topics with a human rights lens, focusing on affordability, access for vulnerable population groups. Please welcome again to our panel. Let me give you, Mrs. Dr. Zakia, for your introduction. Please welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I have some slides together with my explanation. As we know, we cannot ignore the global challenges that highlight the importance of local production. The emergence of diseases like Ebola and COVID-19 has exposed the vulnerabilities and healthcare system in developed countries. During crisis, wealthier nations often prioritize their own population, limiting access to essential medicine and vaccine for other countries. Additionally, quality of the medicine remains a concern in low-middle-income countries, impacting health outcomes. Despite its importance, local production faces key challenges: market dominance of import products, limited of R&D investment, high dependency on import raw material with lower costs, and shortage of skilled professionals. Addressing these issues requires a comprehensive and strategic approach to strengthen the pharmaceutical and medical device industry. The government of Indonesia reaffirmed its commitment to health system transformation through 6 pillars, including the strengthening of primary and secondary healthcare services, health system resilience, financing reform, health workforce development, and the integration of health technology. In this context, the government places strong emphasis on promoting local production of pharmaceutical and medical devices as a critical component of building resilience and self-reliant health system, and this effort aims to enhance service accessibility, ensure long sustainability, and foster collaborating with international partners in addressing global health challenges. In support of the health transformation agenda, the government of Indonesia has enacted Health Law number 17 in year 2023, reaffirming its commitment to delivering improved equitable, and high-quality healthcare services for all Indonesians. A key pillar of this commitment is advancement and self-reliance of the national health industry, which include fostering international collaboration to strengthen local capacity, ensure technology transfer, and enhance global partnership. In this law, we acted developing, strengthening supply chain governance of pharmaceutical and medical devices from upstream to downstream and integrated manner, and establishing more conducive ecosystem to build research-based product by building a research ecosystem, implementing affirmative action to support domestic pharmaceutical and medical devices production by prioritizing the integration of local content values in procurement policies, providing incentive, fiscal and non-fiscal, and also risk mitigation, promoting and making partnership with global agency and organization. To strengthen local pharmaceutical and medical devices production, a multi-sector approach is needed. Key recommendations include improving interministerial coordination, enhancing regulatory efficiency, expanding government incentives, investing in R&D and technology transfer, strengthening human capital development, and fostering regional and global collaboration. By implementing these strategies, we can accelerate the growth of Indonesian pharmaceutical and medical devices industry. With more coordinated policy and strong government commitment, we can foster a more resilient pharmaceutical and medical ecosystem. I hope this forum will serve as a valuable platform for sharing insight and experience in enabling us to collectively build a stronger and more inclusive healthcare system. Thank you.
Give to Mr. Alejandro. Please give welcome.
Thank you.
For the
Thank you very
introduction.
much. I'm very honored to be part of this panel. For UNIDO, we have been working for many years in supporting low and middle-income countries in advancing policy, industrial policy reforms, etc., regarding on how to strengthen local production. We work mainly in 5 areas. First, we work mostly on holistic ecosystem assessments, and with this, we have been supporting many countries needs to harmonize national regulations and to ensure market access for locally produced medicines. The third area is related to promotion of technology and technology transfer and local innovation. In particular, how we support the ecosystem for innovation and the digital transformation, adapting to different scenarios on business models, etc. The fourth area is related to enhancing market access and supply chains, and then how we support with financial design, investment tools, etc. In particular, on reduction or improving the supply chains fragmentation. Of course, how we also include the bankability of projects. This is the 5th area. How we work more with different type of tools that can help to de-risk projects for investment, but we're working with finance development institutions, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is just an intervention. We will just make it short and precise for 2-3 minutes, and then we're going to have questions for the good, insightful thing we have. Now I will give to Mr. Simre Gray Johnson, please, for your intervention.
Thank you very much, moderator, and
esteemed colleagues with me here at the panel. I think I'll just want to kick off by saying that we heard this morning when our distinguished ministers from Africa spoke, they kept mentioning the African Union Development Agency. So I just want to take a quick minute to really express what we do and how that ties into the theme of this important conference and also our panel. So very quickly, we are Africa's development agency. We have been in existence for about 23, 24 years. One of the major things that we do is to speak to policymakers. And I think this session will give us the opportunity for me to demonstrate how we do that. We have walked in the development space for a while now, implementing major projects in infrastructure, in agriculture, and now, in this case, in local manufacturing. And I'll be expanding, I guess, when we go to the second round of questions, what we are doing specifically in terms of engaging policymakers and decision makers in the space of local manufacturing under the PMPA. And I think this morning we heard from the 4 African ministers and also from the Director General of Africa CDC and my dear brother from the AFCFTA, the work we are doing in local manufacturing. But very quickly, I just wanted to highlight that we always approach our work when we interact with policymakers and decision makers at the highest level, that the issue of local manufacturing cannot be a cost or a cost burden to our economies. And I think, esteemed Minister, you also happen to be our moderator. You know you don't want to hear things of burden or cost or adding more money into the fiscus. So I think we approach it with very clear, tactful way of demonstrating that the work we're doing in market access will help our economies expand, will also bring in regional integration, and also in terms of making sure that policy choices, the right policy choices are made so that we can create the necessary enabling environment. So I think as we do the next set, I will expand precisely how we engage policymakers in terms of data collection, in terms of giving them the hard evidence why it is important for investments and financing and policy choices that need to be made in this domain. Thank you.
Yes, we're going to be having good questions here, how the policymakers can be actually enhanced, in which way can the public-private partnership can be connected with governments and make the policies easier for this ecosystem of wild local production. But first, let me give Mrs. Sharonan, please.
Thank you.
She has an 11-year boy kid, which is a very destroyer. Very good to be with him hiking. Please welcome.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to talk a little bit about not just the how of local production, but also the what. At The Hague, there was a lot of talk about small molecule drugs and rapid diagnostic tests that were prime candidates for local production. But I see that this year around, there is more recognition that we need to be in line with the latest medical innovation. That includes the latest technologies such as biologics, biosimilars, monoclonal antibodies that represent the fastest growing area, both in terms of innovation as well as revenue. I know from my Third World Network colleagues that there are 118 monoclonal antibodies whose patents will expire over the next decade. And 90% of these do not have a biosimilar in development yet. So this is an opportunity, but there's also an urgent need. That urgent need is to close the vast inequity gap when it comes to oncology. So right now there are 7 monoclonal antibodies on the WHO essential medicines list. 4 of those have expired patents. 2 of those will have their patents expire by 2028. So there's an opportunity and an urgent need. But this is where we need government, because the multinational corporations that have been active in innovating in this space, they haven't challenged themselves to reduce the cost of goods, to bend the cost curves.
And this is where government with research capacity and working with local industry can help. If they were to challenge themselves, take on the mantle of responsibility in terms of protecting health, not only for infectious disease, also for NTDs, also for NCDs, and to develop a platform that can make monoclonal antibodies affordable, viable. It is possible, just like it was with ARVs, to bend the cost curves. And I don't mean to be naive here. I know that monoclonal antibodies are more expensive, they're more complex, they're more difficult to make. But this is a 1999 moment. In 1999, all of Africa represented 1.3% of the ARV market. We know from IAVI's reporting that all of Africa right now represents 1% of the monoclonal antibodies market. And we know what has helped. What has helped was generic competition and lowering the price. But that could only happen if government takes its leadership role so that we can get down to 10% of the cost of monoclonal antibodies, which is possible. We can get down to $10 a gram from the current 100. Thank you.
Very insightful. Thank you very much. Mrs. Julia, please welcome to the stage. A very global health leadership expert. She will be giving us how these intellectual properties and how can we actually governments make a systemic change necessary to make this local production well. But now let her come into and give us an intervention.
Thank you. It's going to come on. Hello? Try now. Thank you, Chair and
Working?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this one.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that sounds better. Wonderful. Thank you, Chair and organizers, for this opportunity. So I want to start with a message of hope, which is that regional production offers a great and a really highly needed prospect, which is equitable, affordable, and independent access to life-saving medical products for all, based on local health needs. And this is, and should remain, really, the focus for strengthening regional production worldwide. We want to stress that meaningful access requires more than just increasing production in the continent. For pharmaceutical manufacturing to really serve local populations, it must not only be done in the region, but it must also be done for and by the region. And so it's essential to build in a sustainable, equitable ecosystem. And for that, we've identified 3 key shifts that we need. The first being that public investments must serve the public health need and not private profits only. So there's a role for governments and for global funders to attach clear conditions to funding and financing to ensure that manufacturing efforts contribute to health equity, sovereignty, and self-reliance of the production regions. And that means prioritizing regional health needs over market forces and reinforcing local capacity rather than multinational powers and entities. Secondly, we want to touch on the topic of technology transfer, which must be completed in an effective and transparent manner. VEMOS has evaluated the BioNTech facility in Rwanda, and whilst many positives came out of this initiative, we've also seen that there are risks attached when knowledge and decision-making remain in foreign hands. And so there is a continued dependency in this situation, and self-reliance requires ownership of the full manufacturing cycle. And thirdly, we also see that governments must shape an enabling ecosystem for local producers. And that includes investing in early-stage research and development, in harmonizing regulatory frameworks and creating regulatory frameworks in the first place, but also to support infrastructure development, and as we've heard many times today, also skills and workforce. That all of this will build an independent capacity across the entire pharmaceutical value chain. And so my statement today is that business as usual will not suffice. Governments must take decisive actions to ensure that investments in regional production align with local health needs, and only then can we really achieve the core objective of regional production, which is equitable, affordable, and independent health access for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm actually from Mogadishu, Somalia, the Horn of Africa, where the situation over there is actually getting better, but we're dealing in a major crisis of terrorists and trying to make sure the country's capital and all the region of Somalia is safe. But the better side is our government that we have right now has been working a big reform in security-wise. So as we're dealing with such kind of first-hand experience to tackle terrorism in the longest coastline of Africa, Somalia, at the Red Sea on the north side, and the Indian Ocean, almost like 3,303 kilometers coastline, where we neighbor Ethiopia on our side, having 110,000 million population, and all region, Kenya, Djibouti, Eritrea, Sudan, this whole in the Eastern African region is a block. Today we just had the Director General just saying Africa is now going back to depend itself. Governments are trying to put some money to the health system, strengthening and make some local production. Currently we have tried to make some countries in the region to start producing. Some of them are just investing now in vaccine process. In Kenya, I know some businessmen who are just making it. But in Somalia, we just started to have a small assembling factories for medical products. We're trying to make the system and policy to be easier for the people to invest and to also have almost 300 million people most of them are low or maybe a middle income people. In this discussion, we need to understand from all the way the insights that all experts have. How can those East African, maybe all Africa, 54 countries, and even Asia, can produce their own self-dependent local production in this world of unpredictable. First, the first thing that we, as the World Local Production Forum here, the stage that right now we are trying to build is an ecosystem that can actually make policy coherence. We just have, I think I have had today, almost 6 countries has just made. And there are also some evidence-based things that's coming out of that. So I would like to ask Dr. Rizka, what evidence-based policies can governments implement to drive the local products and ensure the alignment of global health priorities? We need at the same time to align everything we do in this local production, the global health priorities, particularly in a low and middle income countries. Please.
Yeah, thank you. In Indonesia, strengthening local production in pharmaceutical and medical devices is a priority under our new health law, number 17, year 2023, and the National Health System Transformation Agenda, as I present just now, to reduce the dependency on imports and improve the health resilience, to improve the affordability, availability, and accessibility for the medical countermeasure for all the healthcare sector. The Indonesian government has introduced several key policies and initiatives to strengthen local pharmaceutical and medical devices production and ensuring self-sufficiency and global competitiveness. Below is an overview of these initiatives. The first one is development of an R&D task force ecosystem, facilitation of technology transfer, support for clinical trials of vaccine and medical devices and medicine as well, facilitation of changes in active pharmaceutical ingredients sources when we substitute from the import API to the local production API, collaboration with stakeholders in research network, and support for the development of innovative medical devices and tools for national health program, strengthening the capacity of the central laboratory and enhancement of the clinical trial ecosystem to establishment the Indonesian Clinical Research Center. And then we also implementation of incentive and disincentive for the pharmaceutical and medical device industry, simplification of the licensing process, facilitation of testing and performance calibration of medical device, and also collaboration with funding institutions such as Global Fund, IFC, and also strengthen access to product licensing through the medicine patent pool. Our intervention on market access for local production, such as substitution of import product. If we have already the local product can meet needs, national needs, we will freeze the import product in our government purchasing. And then we also implementation of the local content value, prioritizing those domestic produce raw material and pharmaceutical and implementing regulation for medical device using the local content value calculation. We also promoting the increase of domestic product usage, particularly for the regional and private hospital and also government hospital. And then we facilitation of business matching domestically and internationally to help the national pharmaceutical and medical device industry distribute product and secure global partnership. However, aligning this effort with global health priorities requires evidence-based policies that address both local needs and international standards.
Dr. Rizka, actually, just to summarize it, it's a research-based industry, giving people an access to licensing, making the process very quick, trying to make knowledge transfer, make a productive, and then try to help. Also, we have had actually the Minister of Health of Indonesia just today giving even incentives for the people who are making the industries. I will just get a different angle from United Nations Industrial Development Agency, our brother from Alejandra, to also give us another side of the aspect of what kind of evidence-based policies that governments need to implement to drive the local production to ensure alignment with the global health priorities, particularly in the low and middle income countries.
Thank you.
Please.
I think from our perspective, we think governments should try to advocate more for different policies related to ecosystem improvement. In particularly, how we try to align with the different regional strategies that are currently being developed by several organizations, etc. There is a disruption in how we communicate each other on these topics. UNIDO some time ago developed this PMPA plan for Africa together with the African Union and WHO. Right now, how we advance this, and this is something that was mentioned before, and the colleague that goes also in this panel was explaining from Audanepat how important is that we try to develop a more regional strategy that is more comprehensive, is integrating all the different efforts that different organizations are doing. But in general, we also think that it will be important to consider on these policy developments elements related to, let's say, fostering technology transfer, to incentivize or enabling a business environment, but at the same time, strategy going into public procurement, for example, That's an area. Procurement policies are also important. Incentivizing API manufacturing, for example, in the continental region. This is in the continent is important. Supply chains improvements are also essential if we want to diminish reliance on imports. Yeah. So these are the type of policies that we believe the countries should be considering.
And very insightful information about my brother. I will also now go to Mr. Johnson, who is actually working in almost African Union's development agenda, working with 54 countries, trying to go and convince to get a framework that each and every country should be having, different mentality, different design, to make a local production in policymakers, making them understand how important it is. This is somehow a hectic job for a position. I just want to ask him, how is the best way can we communicate to the policymakers to show them the best way that they can benefit making a local production for their own country? Please, Mr. Johnson. How is that? How can that be very easy? How can we communicate with them and tell them this policy is important for your country? Make these arrangements. What can we show them? What benefits do they have?
Thank you so much, moderator. And I think I'll want to take it from where you left it when you were trying to explain the Somali situation and the countries around the Horn of Africa. That certainly we are a continent with 55 countries, 8 regional economic communities, so we cannot really speak about local production and not talk about regional approaches. I think that's the first point. The second point is because of scale, and we've heard earlier from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the work they've done in terms of rules of origin and making sure that the pharma industry, especially local manufacturing, is one of the 4 priority areas of the African Agenda, Agenda 2063, in terms of one of the top areas that we strongly believe can grow our economies. So how do you approach a policymaker? And I'm glad, moderator, you are also a politician and a policymaker. And I know you know the insights. Certainly the first thing is that usually a policymaker or decision maker does not want to hear issues around burdening the annual budget, nor do they want to hear issues about cost. What they want to hear are what are the benefits, and how do we do that? And as I said earlier, we've done it in various sectors and infrastructure, and the work we did on the program for investments and financing in Africa's infrastructure, PIDA. So we approach them by trying to use data. We heard earlier this morning from the Minister of Health of South Africa that Africa continues to import between 70 to 90% of its medicines. So there's need for policymakers to be cognizant of that, and what do we do about it? Secondly, we also try to explain to them that with a growing population of 1.4 billion, of which 85% are women and children, there is need for us to start looking at producing our own locally homegrown products within the pharmaceutical value chain. So we do that through the PMPA, and out of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa, you heard earlier also from our colleagues from WHO and also the minister from Ethiopia that we now have a supranational agency called the Africa Medicines Agency, which came out of the African Union Development Agency's work, 16 years of work through the Africa Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Program. So the first thing we do is to reassure policymakers that, of course, we need a regional approach, but we do have a supranational agency now that can regulate what we produce. So there's that consolation. Then out of that, we were able to compile 24 essential medical products that we are convinced Africa can manufacture, and I will be talking about that in the next plenary. And we have also been able to also interact with the policymakers to let them understand that we have to go about it through a regional approach. So what do we do in the ECOWAS region? What do we do in the East African region, as you mentioned, moderator? What do we do in the Southern Africa region through the regional economic communities, whether it's IGAD, EAC, SADC, and so forth? So policy coherence, policy alignment, anchored on a strong regulatory harmonization system called the AMRH, which, of course, has given birth to the AMA, the African Medicines Agency. Then thirdly, the framework we are using on investments and financing is our new program called PIFA, Program for Investments and Financing in Africa's Health Sector. And that program has attracted tangible projects and programs across Africa, which we are convinced could attract the requisite financing. So when we package all this, a policymaker will want to hear it. You will want to hear it as a minister, that we're not coming to you as a cost, but we're coming to you as an opportunity for market access. So this is how we go about it. Thank you so much.
It's an amazing way to actually fix a policymaker, to show them evidence-based things that they have in South Africa or maybe other countries. Just to continue with that question, giving them that opportunity to show them there are actually some other initiatives that has been happening in Africa, especially one of the initiatives is African Union SPAV, which is Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, that has been under African Union, where they call all the governments to unite and invest in vaccine production, local African vaccine production. Still, we also have WHO's mRNA, which is a hub that they train people to understand how consequences of decoding things for making a production of vaccine in South Africa. Also, we have BioNTech in Kigali, Rwanda, where they also try to train and make a supply from African products to African people. Actually, in the near future, Africa maybe, in the near future, statistics show that every 4 person in the world, we will have 1 African. So a problem in Africa can be easily be a pandemic to the whole world. Trying to contain, trying to prevent from there, making the local production, local self-sufficient is still going on, but very challenging. How can governments, I will ask this question to Mrs. Julia, how these challenges that they're facing every time, which is actually not long-term self-reliance, how can we make a better access medicine? What are the key barriers we should remove? Or maybe how can we make a systemic change for a continental or maybe a low and middle income countries? Do we have, let us get expertise from Julia, a global health expert. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. So thank you also to the other panelists for making some really good points. I'd like to integrate them also now. You've mentioned also, of course, global and regional collaboration. I very much agree with this, and I think we need it at every level. We need it at multilateral organizations, governments. Mary, you just mentioned also the EMA. We'd love to see a collaboration there. With the EMA, there's so much learning to do and harnessing of political will, of expertise to do there together, but also at university level. So I think a strong point there is we're still talking very often about skilled workforce. There is a lot of brain power, I think, in a lot of the production regions to be harnessed. There's a lot of ambition from a lot of young people. So let's give them an opportunity. Let's invest also there with university partnerships, potentially also with like PPPs could be involved there as well. So we heard the Light and Science Park earlier, why not create one as well and other regional production sites? Then another one is, of course, also strengthening regulatory and policy frameworks. Say, we're talking about local production, local manufacturers. I also want to say we should support local innovators as well. We have a clean slate. We can think outside the box a little bit and ensure that equitable access promotes transparency as well. So we also want to urge there that regional and investor governments also invest in infrastructure and industrial policies that promote long-term self-reliance. So not just producing now for what's currently popular, but also thinking ahead, okay, if we are producing mRNA now, what can we produce with that in 2-3 years? And they're also really looking at R&D that's being conducted in the regions for the production sites, but also elsewhere. Universities are powerhouses, but they're also, of course, trying to do something with the research that they're producing. So I think there's a great opportunity there as well to work together with them, see what they're looking into, and develop those products as well. And that also leads me to technology transfer once again. In my opinion, it really is a bit the linchpin for regional production and pharmaceutical capacity. So technology transfer is sometimes difficult, mostly expensive, which means that there is a room there for incentives to be applied. And I think that's a discussion to be had very openly and hopefully also to brainstorm together with why voluntary measures sometimes don't really get the pull that we would like them to get. But yeah, ideally we would like to see more licensing and development agreements and public funding conditionalities as well that include tech transfer and IP sharing within their programs. And yeah, I think something also that I've heard a lot in the last weeks is that with key barriers, I think there's also the discussion on how do we tackle this topic? Do we go step by step? Do we try to first harmonize regulatory systems and then we move on from there, or do we try to do it all at once? There's something said to be said for both approaches, I think, but there's of course also a limitation in resources and in human energy. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very insightful information. Just since the time is running up, I'll be just making two short and make the questions straight to now a very well expert from where the world looks into American education centers, University of Georgetown, Mrs. Sharonan. Actually, she teach me how to pronounce her name 2-3 times. I don't know if I'm still making it right. Mr. Sharonan, I just want to ask you a question about related, since the World Research Center in America has the best research. What do you think, what kind of evidence-based policies can government implement to accelerate local production and ensure to align the global health priorities, particularly in our low and middle income question?
Well, I think one of the most important policies is to fund health, and especially given the current crisis around global health funding, the uncertainties ahead, national funding for national health programs become that much more important, and hopefully will be the gas within the local production engine. I think governments, to use your example of Eastern Africa, need to work with others to find mutually beneficial arrangements when it comes to setting up local production and access to markets. This could be facilitated by providing an exemption from VAT for raw materials and other inputs for local production, providing a premium price or allowing a premium price when it comes to tendering processes for locally and regionally made goods, and of course having transparency in that procurement process in order to instill faith. But if we want evidence-based policies, I do think about the pandemic treaty that's being negotiated right now and the lessons and the evidence of millions of needless COVID deaths hinging upon whether the word mandatory when it comes to tech transfer will make it into the final agreement. That will be whether we heeded the lessons, whether we learned from the evidence of all those needless deaths. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we just got time. I think there's another panelist that's waiting for us, but we need to wrap up to 2-minute points so that we can have a very insightful information. We are with people who have been working in the field for 25 years. We need to understand deep down how the local production works, in how can we improve the ecosystem that is actually being generated, make coherence, fostering and increase production of especially low income. Just want to jump to my brother from UNIDO. How can we make UNIDO and other international places or maybe organizations to facilitate knowledge sharing, peer-to-peer, such kind of events like we have here, where people, stakeholders, governments, and how can they make the policy easier, let them meet, make enhanced policy cohesions for the local production. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think one critical element for any sustainable local production is precisely collaboration between industry, academia, and government. In that regard, there is a lot that international organizations can do, particularly on setting up knowledge platforms, on publications, on trainings, on courses, etc. But particularly how we support on doing pilot projects, for example, for advancing different type of new technologies and so on. One key element I would like to highlight in my minutes, is related to skills development. We haven't talked about that too much, and I think that is also related to policy. It's very important that we foster the workforce that is to work on this local production, and particularly how we incentivize, we develop new curriculums, etc. in the academy. Thank you. It's not working.
Julia, can you give us one sentence or two sentences of how can we make the knowledge transfer?
Yes, thank you very much. I can talk about it all day, so let's do that. But I'll try to keep it brief, of course. Thanks. Indeed, so I think we see often that companies don't like to fully commit to technology and knowledge transfer with fresh manufacturers, new manufacturers, but also generally. There's also often a lack of transparency, and we see that also with new initiatives popping up, where we're not quite sure if there is a plan to hand over ownership eventually to the region. Since I'm keeping it brief, I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but we want to promote the use also of TRIPS flexibilities. They are there for a reason. They can be incredibly effective and incredibly useful, but also really commend the work that the MPP is doing as well on terms of voluntary licensing and facilitating negotiations and discussions for licensing as well. There's always room for tech transfer in public funding, especially in conditionality. So I want to once again also engage governments here that whilst you're funding, there is also something to think about the end user, the affordability and accessibility of the product.
Excuse me, Mr. Julia, thank you very much.
Thanks.
I would like to conclude with,
I can end here.
Yeah, one more sentence to give Dr. Johnson to just talk about how can we use public-private partnership. In Africa, there's a lot of businessmen who are working. How can we actually make this, use their money, or maybe even to make a culture of collaboration? Please, two sentences too.
Thank you. I know time is not on our side, but just two quick points. First, we have 55 African countries. We don't expect all of them to be involved in local manufacturing. So we are going about it in regional approaches. So we need to have regional hubs, which we are working on through our program for investments and financing in Africa's health sector, to set up these regional financing hubs so that we can have manufacturing done there. Secondly, as I mentioned, the 24 Medical Products Initiative, there's a lot of private sector space for them to invest in and finance in these projects. How are we doing that? We are in consultation with the regional economic communities and select governments so that we can incentivize and create the required enabling environment for private capital to be invested in the projects that we are working on. Again, we talked about this in the morning, the harmonization work we're doing on regulations and the investments that we're doing on the PIFA. Thank you.
Professor Sharon, please, your comment.
Sure. So imagine if we had a facility, a procurement facility for biosimilars. I know multilateralism is not exactly in the ascendancy right now, but it could be possible. or on a regional basis. Because then we can signal that we hear manufacturers when they say we need access to market intel, we need access to raw materials. Such a facility, a procurement facility, could facilitate that. And then most importantly, it could give not only predictable demand, but also access to markets. And most importantly, it could result in people having access to life-saving biologics. I agree with Julia when she talks about access conditions. If there is public funding going into R&D, then of course the byproduct of that research and development should include a condition for backward integration so that at least part of the service and maintenance and tech transfer can take into account manufacturers and LMICs, if not them being the actual innovators and the developers themselves.
Thank you very much. Any comment? Dr. Lucia, please. You want to comment? Last comment? Just 1 minute, please.
Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I just want to emphasize with public-private partnership play a crucial role in bridging resources gap, fostering innovation, and expanding the reach of local production. And also we encourage pharmaceutical and medical devices production also include in our program. Public-private partnership can be leveraged by establishing clear framework for public-private partnership, including risk-sharing mechanism and transparent governance structure to build trust and accountability, providing incentive such as tax incentive, creating regular dialogue platform between public and private stakeholders to foster a culture of collaboration and ensure alignment with national health goals.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's almost time we need to conclude, but I want to thank very much, and I'm very thrilled and excited to be here with such kind of very esteemed guests. Just wanted to give one question to the audience. If there is anybody who is willing to make a comment or a question. Yeah, can you please give one time? Please say your name, organization, and question. It goes on. Yeah. It is on. Yeah, at the bottom.
This one is working.
Now it's working. Or yes, come to the stage. Yeah, you can use it.
Hello. Thank you very much, honorable members. My name is Juan. I'm the team leader for the TMAF Plus in Rwanda. And we talk about local productions and supply chain security and all these kind of things, very important. But what about the challenge in terms of the fight against falsified medicines and substandard medical products? We talk about the local production. We need to talk about the challenge to the fight against falsified and substandard medical products. So in your experience, there is already, I don't know, the initiative to fight against this scourge. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A very good question. I will be giving Director General Rukia. She's actually Director for Pharmaceutical. He's saying, how can we prevent falsified drugs?
Yeah, the quality of medical product is very important. So to combat the substandard and falsified of the medical product and also the medical devices, of course, we have to strengthen our regulatory framework. And also, we improve the capability of the regulatory authority to review to evaluate the product including the medical and also medical devices, and the strengthening the activity to monitor in the distribution. We can improve our activity in monitor the distribution of the medicine and medical devices through the digital information system.
Thank you.
If we, especially in Indonesia, we have very huge population, and also we have a very difficult geographic because we have more than 1,000 islands. So digital information is very important to monitor the medicine in the distribution aspect.
Thank you.
And those kind area is very important in the regulatory
Just
authority.
3 quick points she mentioned. Number one, we have to make sure we have a digitalization system, advance the technology, make a research, test, and randomize checking. I think that's a very wonderful answer. Thank you very much. Lastly, we will be having this wonderful panelists, thanking them. I'm very thrilled. I want to first thank United Arab Emirates for hosting us, and ADNEC team in this beautiful hall, and these guests from all around the world. I also want to thank WHO for making this thing happen and make it possible. The team who's been working day and night from the World Local Production Forum. I also want to thank and tell them I'm very grateful and a lifetime experience for my panelists to make and sit with them here and give the audience a very insightful information of how local products can be made and be satisfied for each and every country. Thank you very much. Let's make it a day.
Don't forget your phone.
Sorry, always having to do this. Okay. Really, thank you, but please
Let's
join
have a
us
group
for
picture.
for a group photo. Meanwhile, please, our innovation, finance, and investment strategy. After that, we will have the last session. We hope we enjoy now our coming session. Please, Dr. Arthur Matali, the Ambassador of Switzerland to the United Arab Emirates Kingdom of Bahrain, and the International Renewable Energy Agency, please join us to the stage to welcoming all the panelists. Please join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Arthur Mutley. It's a great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to this important session of the World Local Production Forum. I thank Mrs. Dr. Dong and her amazing team at the World Health Organization for proposing this important session. And I thank the United Arab Emirates of hosting so generously such an important forum here in Abu Dhabi as this one. As chair of this panel, allow me to set the stage by emphasizing a central theme that often drives or hinders local production initiatives, finance and investment. We have listened this morning to very interesting and important speeches on local production. Yes, the pandemic taught us a painful yet powerful lesson: reliance on distant supply chains, particularly in critical sectors such as pharmaceutical, diagnostic and medical technologies can leave entire regions vulnerable. One of the solutions lies in strengthening local production capacities, not just technically or operationally, but financially. Why is finance at the heart of our discussion? Because good intentions alone do not build factories. Vision without viable capital does not sustain innovation. And local know-how, as promising as it may be, requires robust and long-term investment to scale into industrial scale. Yet, despite the clear need, many local production initiatives still struggle to attract funding. Barriers range from perceived risk, regulatory uncertainty, to lack of coordination between investors, governments, and industrial stakeholders. Today's panel, ladies and gentlemen, is dedicated to exploring how we can bridge that gap, how we can de-risk local production for investors, how we can make financing more accessible for startups and small and medium enterprises in underdeserved regions, how we can align public-private partnerships to unlock sustainable investment flows, and how we can finance institutions and get financial institutions adopt their models to recognize the value of local resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear from a range of experts. Each brings a unique perspective on how financing models can shift from being reactive to proactive, from fragmented to coherent, and from short-term returns to long-term health, security, and economic empowerment. I welcome on the panel the following experts. To my immediate left side, Mr. Martin Seckel. He's Deputy Director General at the European Commission, Directorate General for International Partnerships. Prior to this, Mr. Seckel served as Deputy Director General for Health at DG Santé between 2011 and 2020, covering a number of policy areas including health security, health systems, pharmaceutical, medical devices, and digital health. On his left side is Mrs. Dr. Katja Pohlmann. She's head of unit for global health and health financing at the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ. Before joining BMZ in March 2023, Mrs. Pohlmann headed the Development Cooperation Unit at the German's Federal Chancellery, where she advised former Chancellor Angela Merkel and Chancellor Olaf Scholz. To her left, we have Seymour Gray-Johnson. He was already in the panel. He doesn't need really further introduction. I think you were properly introduced in the previous session. I just emphasize your very important role in shaping the transformation within NEPAD to the African Development Agency, and congratulations for that work done. We will have online with us Seneb Kantour Zengchi. She is the global head of health at the International Finance Corporation. She is managing the sector team that covers health services, life science, and medtech. She has played various roles at the International Finance Corporation, including coordinating IFC's response to the COVID-19 pandemic through the Global Health Platform, as well as leading flagship public-private partnerships. Last but not least, Dr. Foluke Olusegun. She's a senior program officer at the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, ALMA, a groundbreaking coalition of African heads of states who have committed to rid the continent of malaria. Mrs. Olusegun works with governments, manufacturers, and others to identify opportunities and challenges that address gaps and increase investments in local manufacture and facilitate technology transfer. To all the experts, a warm welcome to this panel. Let us start with the first question to Martin Seckel in relation to financing of local production. Dear Mr. Seckel, can you give us an overview, concise overview, of current trends and challenges as you see them?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for this question. Thank you for this question, which really is at the heart of the matter. I mean, I would highlight three challenges in particular. Of course, there are many, but three strike us as in our light of our experience. First, we're dealing here with a pretty specific sector, which has a long-term perspective, where we know also there is sometimes a long time in the development of a product, and also a high attrition rate in the development of products. So there is a particular need in this sector for patient capital that can support the manufacturing process with a long-term perspective. Many of the traditional debt instruments, traditional way of accessing capital do not work for this sector. So one area of activity we have been involved in is to look at products like venture debt. An example I can mention is our Human Development Accelerator, the HDX, which is a fund we have put together, a credit line implemented by the European Investment Bank, 750 million euros in this credit line, which we have put in place in coordination with the Gates Foundation and guaranteed by the European Commission under the EFSD+, the European Fund for Sustainable Development. So what we do there is we provide financial support to manufacturers of vaccines, health products, health technologies in general, through corporate loans and venture loans, and the investments are then matched by the funding from the Gates Foundation, and we cover the guarantee. I mentioned this as an example of the kind of products which are specifically needed for this sector. That's one aspect, paying attention to the particular needs of the medical technology sector. The second is, and this is, I think, something which is not emphasized enough. We are not just speaking here about any manufacturing. The ultimate goal here is not simply to address a trade imbalance. We hear a lot, regions like Africa, to a certain extent, Latin America, import most of their needs. If it were just a trade issue, it would be relatively easier to address. But the main problem is not the trade imbalance. The main issue is that very often these regions have to make do with products and technologies that have been developed for the needs of other regions. And that may or may not always fit with their needs, what their health systems need, what is affordable, the characteristics that a product must have. And so, in any business case, in the pharma or medtech sector, one also needs to factor in from the very beginning, as part of the business case, the accessibility and affordability dimension. Success will not be gauged simply by how many factories we manage to get going, or how many volumes of production even are achieved, but rather whether actually, for example, in the research effort, when we started the work under our MAF Plus initiative, which is the initiative, as you know, from the European Commission to look at manufacturing of medical products in Africa, and we have so far managed to mobilize more than 2 billion euros on this. One of the first things which really emerged very strongly from our African partners was, please pay attention to the R&D, because many of the pipelines we need are dry. There is nothing in the research area looking at issues, health issues that are relevant for us. So paying attention to accessibility and affordability is key. This has to be an integral part of the business model. And the third part I would mention is the importance of the conducive environment. This is a sector that not only needs to be highly regulated, it demands to be highly regulated. And therefore, if we look at the regulatory framework, we look at the ability to transfer technology, issues around availability of human capital, this is key to ensuring the sustainability of our investments. And also looking at this, the business case of an investment in this sector will be determined largely also by the ability to access regional markets. So issues around regulatory harmonization are absolutely central. Final point I would make, we should not make the mistake of seeing this sector in isolation. Like any other economic sector, but in particular the pharmaceutical and medical technology sector, because of its high reliance on regulation and the long time frames involved, also needs a stable, very stable macroeconomic and political environment to succeed. Issues such as the independence of the regulator, issues such as, and we've heard it in the previous session, I believe, enforcement and dealing with substandard and counterfeit products, issues around protection of intellectual property and recourse to judicial review of decisions. All this is very important. So we cannot discuss this solely in the health sphere. There is a lot of dependencies on also the wider macroeconomic and political environment. So I would highlight those three in particular.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sekel, for giving us this overview. We will delve now more into the finance and coming then back to you on that. I think that's the moment to, that brings me to the next question to Mrs. Pohlmann. Mrs. Pohlmann, my question to you is about what strategies can local governments and others adopt?
Well, first of all, let me thank the organizers of this event for inviting me to this panel, and also to you, Arthur, for the kind introduction. So what strategies can governments adapt? Well, obviously I can't talk about all governments, but I can talk about my government, the German government. So in the beginning, when we made the decision of how to help, how to support, we decided to have a rather broad approach and not just focus on one financial instrument, but rather on a toolbox of instruments, because we felt that the topic of local production is very complex, so you really needed this toolbox. So let me illustrate with a couple of examples what we did. Well, first of all, we invested directly into companies. The German Investment Corporation, DEG, together with other development banks, invested 250 million to Aspen to produce vaccines, insulin, and other life-saving medicines. Another example is KfW, our development finance institution. KfW provided budgetary support to the government of Senegal, and part of that money went to expand the capacities of the Institut Pasteur Dakar. Second, we worked with regional banks, providing capital to offer smaller tickets to local companies. and in this process also try to redefine the term bankable project. For example, KfW currently develops a concessional lending facility with the IDC, the Industrial Development Corporation of South Africa, for emerging vaccine and pharma manufacturers in South Africa. Third is grant financing for smaller corporate projects. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we provided grants for companies in the SADC region to set up production of, at that time, much needed equipment, protective equipment, disinfectants, and also diagnostics. Fourth, we also directly work with companies to match them with banks and develop bankable business cases. And the reason we do that is simply because a lot of times small and medium enterprises just lack the technical and also the management skills. And that's quite obvious because with SMEs, a lot of times, those are not really businessmen, but those are scientists that need to present their project to banks and really make a business case. And a lot of times, they just don't have the knowledge, which is very understandable. So we try to help with that as well. And finally, of course, last but definitely not least, as Team Europe, together we have invested more than 750 million euro into Gavi's AFMA, the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator. And this is intended to de-risk investments through incentive payments for reaching certain milestones such as WHO pre-qualification and compensating companies for the higher production costs compared to their competitors, mainly from Asia. So hopefully the AVMA will make it easier for African companies to secure investments. So this is what we did, and this is where we are standing right now. But looking forward, I still see a couple of existing gaps that need to be addressed. For example, vaccine manufacturers oftentimes tell us that it's still difficult to access capital needed to get ready for WHO pre-qualification, even if it is later being rewarded through the AVMA once pre-qualification is secured. And this is very understandable as well because those are risky investments which at the moment are difficult to finance for development and commercial banks. So here we really need to find other sources that are more open to risk. And Martin already mentioned the HDX, the Human Development Accelerator. Very similarly, while financing for big investments are available, many small and medium enterprises, especially in the therapeutic sector, still report that access to working capital credit lines are still difficult. And these are usually provided through local banks, as we all know, and they have very high interest rates, but those are interest rates that many small and medium enterprises just can't afford. So to sum up, I think at the moment we have all those tools at hand. We have the grants, we have the risk, we have venture capital, we have working capital to credit lines. So we're all ready on that front. On the other side, we have all the manufacturers with great ideas, great projects. But for some reason, sometimes for me, to give you a picture, it feels like both groups are standing on opposite sides of a river and there is no bridge to cross that river and they don't really come together. So we need to find ways to really bring those two groups together, and there is hope on the horizon because smart people have thought about it and they came up with something called the Search Financing Initiative that's being led by the IFC, and hopefully we'll hear more about it in a minute. And because this idea really encompasses to have a one-stop shop where the manufacturers can go and get like tailor-made solutions for their needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Pohlmann. I liked your image, with the river with the two sides and what can be as an incentive to bridge it. But I'm coming back to you in a moment. Let me turn to a particular subject that was mentioned at the opening session this morning several times, Africa. Africa is the world's second most populous continent with approximately 1.4 billion people, representing about 18% of the global population. Africa carries 25% of the world's global burden of disease, yet contributes only 3% of the worldwide medicine manufacturing. The continent accounts for a quarter of global vaccine demand, but produces only 0.1% of the world vaccine supply. Mr. Gray-Johnson, what specific strategies are being implemented to attract the requisite financing and investments to build a productive local manufacturing sector in Africa? Perhaps you want to illustrate the 24 Medicine Initiative. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator Arthur, and I'll take it from where you left it, and I'll come back to Madam Kaja when you mentioned the river. I think I'll separate my intervention into two parts. The first part is the hard realities that Africa faced and what we are doing now in the context of accelerated implementation. So the hard realities is that for 20 years, our continent has been working on the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan for Africa, but it was quite slow. When the pandemic hit, of course, local manufacturing became a topic. And I remember at the first conference, it was online. The African caucus was mostly quiet. It was mostly about vaccines. And when we got to The Hague 2 years ago, we were in the panel, it was a plenary, and we made a promise that we were going to work on the PMPA, and we will compile a list of potential products that Africa is confident that it will manufacture. And this was 2 years ago, because that's the hard truth. So then time went that now we need to accelerate that implementation of that promise. And today I can report that that promise is out. We have the 24 medical products, and this comprehensive report outlines the structuring, the governance, and the steering that is needed for us to manufacture the 24 essential medical products that we are convinced can be manufactured on African soil, looking at our regional financing hubs and our regional economic communities and the countries we've highlighted that can do it. The second point is that under the accelerated implementation is that 2 years ago, we were actually very cognizant of the fact that we needed a supranational regulatory body. Of course, we were working on the Africa Medicines Regulatory Program, harmonization program, for about 15, 16 years. But the necessary treaties to have this supranational Africa Medicines Agency was not accelerated as it was post the pandemic. We are glad to report that we do have, and we heard it this morning, the Director General of the Africa CDC, our colleagues from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and the ministers that spoke, commending Africa having a supranational body called the Africa Medicines Agency. Added to that, we are fully convinced that we can now regulate what we produce and produce what we regulate. And I think we need to commend the continent for taking a bold step decisively that we are ready to really work on these 24 medical products and have our supranational regulatory agency with the regional bodies and the 55 member states ensure that there's regulatory harmonization for these products, as we heard earlier from the CFTA in terms of rules of origin, making sure that the right tariffs are in place and the incentivizing the local producers to make sure that there's market access. What have we done the past 2 years? Of course, I've talked about the 24 medical products, but it's also important to note that through our Africa Medicines Regulatory Harmonization and the AMA setting up, we were able to really implement two landmark outcomes or actions. First, we had 28 countries undertake what we refer to as a joint GMP inspection, the Good Manufacturing Practice inspection. And that's groundbreaking because two things happened out of that process. It showed a unified voice that Africa can do the inspections together. Secondly, it allowed us to build the capacity of the national regulatory agencies in doing that practice. Secondly, 2 weeks ago in Cairo, we announced what we refer to as the list of the continental product list, which will be the list that the NRAs, the national regulatory authorities, will agree to walk on so that we can attract the requisite financing and investments under the AMRH program, and of course to advance to 24 medical products. So in a nutshell, a lot has happened the past 2 years, and we are really confident that when we get to the fourth conference, we'll be able to showcase some more tangible results. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. I want to come back later to you on capacity building, what you mentioned, because this is something that we have to bring those in investment finance with those with health together, and I want to hear then later from you what kind of capacity building, in the Ministry of Finance we can offer in order to have this good understanding of finance and investment in that sector. But in a moment I will come back to you. Now, as we continue our discussion, I'm pleased to welcome one of our distinguished panelists who is joining us virtually. While we may be separated by distance, the value of her insight and expertise certainly knows no border. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Zeynep Kantur Özünci from Turkey. But before we begin, Mrs. Özünci, do you hear us clearly?
I hear you very clearly. Can you hear me well?
We do. Thank you so much. Excellent. We are delighted to have you with us, even if only virtually. With your important background at the International Finance Corporation, what are the learnings from the last 5 years and your perspective in support of financing local production?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be able to join today. I would like to also especially thank the organizers for accommodating me. Unfortunately, I had a logistical issue and I couldn't fly in. It turns out I can fly in tonight, so I'm looking forward to catching up with all of you in person tomorrow. So the World Bank, let me actually start by talking a bit about my institution. As you mentioned, I'm part of the World Bank Group. I work for International Finance Corporation. But as the World Bank Group as a whole, we have been supporting the local manufacturing of pharmaceuticals for over 2 decades now. Our sister organization, the bank, as it is known, has been supporting the ecosystem, especially in terms of regulatory strengthening and harmonization, while as IFC, we have invested more than 6 billion in this sector globally to support local manufacturing and distribution of pharmaceutical and medical products. So when we think about the lessons learned, we're looking at quite a long period and quite important lessons learned. When you look at our portfolio and lessons learned, actually the pharmaceutical manufacturing is one of the most resilient sectors if the setup is correct. And what do we mean by that? So for us, the key ingredients to local manufacturing or regional manufacturing of pharmaceuticals have been a predictable and sustainable demand for products. And this is especially true and more achievable for companies that can have a robust portfolio and pipeline of products that can diversify against various demand shocks. Stable regulatory environments, both in host countries, but also to facilitate regional trade. A sustainable access to raw materials and distribution networks. And last but not least, very strong sponsors and management teams who are able to navigate around several challenges that we know we will face as we go along this journey. And not all markets and companies enjoy these building blocks that has led to creation of resilient pharma manufacturing sectors. And if not addressed, this has led to a certain concentration in our sectors, which we know puts most of our countries, most of our client countries in a vulnerable state. And So this is what brings us, many of us at the table, to look at the existing models, tools, strategies to create sustainable and accessible manufacturing, and which requires regionalized and geographically diversified capacities. So what are our key learnings, both in the past few years since COVID, but also I'm going to refer a little bit to the past 25 years of our support for the sector. On the financing side, what we've learned is grant-only financing does not lead to sustainable investments. We need to think about the long-term nature, as Dr. Shefsal referred to very rightly, of these projects and make sure that there's a plan for the continuation of projects beyond grant and concessional funding with a very strong focus on commercial viability. Funding alone is not enough. Again, my fellow speakers spoke about the ecosystem and other enablers that needs to be supporting these projects alongside the financing. Keeping an eye on eventual commercial viability when creating incentives and concessional financing strategies are also quite important, especially as we are experiencing today that these policies, these incentives can be short-lived and we need long-term plans. Now, we've been talking a lot about regional strategies over the past few years, and what do we mean by that? In fact, I'm really glad that the speaker before me spoke about the 24 products that we're looking at in Africa. Actually, I read this document cover to cover. It's one of our guiding stars. I think the need is quite clear, and as Dr. Pullman put, how do we turn that need into action in terms of creating centers of excellences for training, regulatory coordination, research and development, logistics and distribution, and not just for manufacturing. So without further ado, I just wanted to mention again, because Dr. Pullman also referred to it, that we are looking at different strategies on how us, DFIs and other partners can better come together to work with more companies and address these challenges. As Dr. Pullman referred to one of the projects we jointly financed, Aspen in South Africa, we were able to work in large number of financiers to put together quite large financing packages. But I will also refer to another project, again in the same continent, with the Institute Pasteur Dakar in Senegal, where it was not only commercial financiers that came together, it was actually a mix of public, private and grant providers, as well as TA providers that made that project, that allowed us to support that project. And building on that model, we are now working on a joint DFI financing facility under the G7 DFI Search Financing Initiative to see if we can create a one-stop shop that can bring blended finance, technical assistance, and procurement support to more, and in some cases, smaller manufacturers that some of our institutions are finding it harder to work with directly. So I'm going to stop there. I hope that was, that answers the initial question, but I look forward to developing some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sinchi. Please stay tuned. I will come back to you. I have then one question to you about what makes a partnership financial sustainable, and perhaps you can share from your practice the one or the other example. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite now our panelists, Foluke Olusegun, to make a case study, to present us a case study. Please, Mrs. Olusegun, the floor is yours.
So thank you. Firstly, I'd like to once again appreciate the organizers for allowing us to be part of this important conversation and contribute to it. So ALMA, the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, alongside other partners, is in the process of developing what we are calling the Innovative Financing Facility for Africa's Health. And I did have a slide, so if that could be projected, that would be great. This financing facility, which we are called IFA, the Innovative Financing Facility for Africa's Health, what this seeks to do is tap into the might of the private sector and their corporate social responsibility activities and leverage their technical capabilities and other expertise and resources in support of strengthening African health systems. Just to put it in perspective, I read a figure some time ago and it's stuck in my mind. Annually, there's a $60 billion financing gap if we are to meet the SDG targets, the health-related SDG targets. So that in itself is a daunting prospect. And then when we look at the current situation, the current climate, the cutbacks in ODA, climate change, antimicrobial resistance, emerging diseases, humanitarian crises, I could go on and on, thank you. I could go on and on. We are all aware of the threats. When we look at that gap in the context of where we are now, it's even more dire, even more daunting, but very much a time for bold and ambitious steps to address these gaps and fill them to ensure that African health systems are resilient and strong. So what IFA proposes to do is work alongside multinationals, large African corporations, and companies that have signed up to the UN Global Compact, and work with them where they would pledge a portion of their annual CSR budgets. IFA will then invest these funds, and these will be used to and bring to bear to develop in the development of the health system and as a form of domestic resource mobilization. So, for instance, a company would pledge X% of their annual CSR budget. These funds will be managed by IFA and invested via a treasury manager, as of yet to be determined, but more an independent institution, maybe a development finance institutions. These funds will, as they're invested, will be front-loaded for that pledge period. The funds will be front-loaded to support African countries in their priority areas. The bonds could also be issued, and there will be a measurable return on investment for these finances. And in that, the corporate social responsibility investors or the corporations will receive some level of return on investment, and the bondholders also. But there will be a measure, the outcome would be the strengthening of the African health system. So what we would have there is a scalable and sustainable financing model that starts to help to fill this gap in terms of financing in the public sector, but leveraging resources from the private sector. Now, some of those strategic priorities, some of those areas in which we would look to allocate these funds could be, for instance, in the area of strengthening data and surveillance system, and also, I'm just see if I'm doing it in the right order, and also disease elimination programs, for instance, in the implementation of interventions. Another area would be in the supply chain logistics, and ensuring that they are also strengthened, that local supply chains are strengthened, and that there is an element of digitalization and leveraging emerging technologies in that area. Also, strengthening the work of the community health workers and ensuring, because they essentially are the cornerstone of any health system, ensuring that they are well equipped and operational in the community. So what we have here is something that could really change the narrative with regards to African health systems. We're looking to work with companies across all sectors. As I said, it's still relatively early stage, and so we welcome any ideas or suggestions others may have, and we're looking to partner with as many stakeholders as possible to ensure that this narrative, this $60 billion plus gap is filled, and that ultimately that vision of filling this gap and ensuring that we change the narrative around African health systems and shift away from the reliance of external donors to prop up our health systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Olusegun, for this model. You gave me the keyword innovation. Huh? And I want to come back to you, Martin Seychelles. What is for you an innovative finance model? You have such a rich professional experience. You have seen different models in different domains. Can you share perhaps with us one innovative finance model that you thought, okay, that is really innovative and that could work?
Yes, when we talk about innovative financing models, yeah. Does it work like this? Yeah. When we talk about innovative financing, first of all, we're not necessarily talking about new financial offers, but rather addressing the specific nature and requirements of the sector. One thing we found along the way is that often you need to use, and it's already been mentioned, a toolbox. You need to use different and blend different components, different financial offers, because during the life cycle, for example, of a product, there will be different needs. If you're dealing with the research phase, progressing towards clinical trials, then if those work out, the manufacturing, the ramping up, etc. All these will require different combinations of tools. So we see innovation mainly in terms of being flexible in terms of the mix of the offer that is made, to adapt that. Now, this is something, of course, which we are not always been set up to do well. We tend to, as good bureaucrats, I suppose, to classify things and say it either needs A or B or C. Well, sometimes it needs a bit of everything, or to a blended mix. And an example of this is how I mentioned earlier the Human Development Accelerator is precisely to look at how we can leverage different strengths. Also, it means innovation working with different partners. So one of the things which is innovative about the HDX is that we've brought together the European Commission, we've brought together the Gates Foundation and the European Investment Bank. These are three very different organizations, but actually very complementary in terms of the tools they can bring to the table. And increasingly, we are using, for example, public funding through our EFSD+, which is one of our financial tools in the European Union, to leverage much larger amounts of private funding and private capital. We've managed to achieve leverage ratios on some occasions of 7-to-1. So for every €1 of public funding, you could leverage up to €7 of private funding. So this is one example. Also important to realize this is not just about the financial package. The financial package needs to be accompanied by technical assistance, by, for example, while supporting the investors who are willing to make this investment, at the same time accompany that investment with parallel investment, for example, in the regulatory capacity. In the health area, we know there is a strong public interest component. And of course, this for any investment from the private sector to be successful, it needs to find fertile ground. So that has to be part of the package as well.
Thank you so much. You were already giving me, the keyword of incentives in a way, right? And I passed that question of incentive to Mrs. Pohlmann. Government's incentive. How do you see that? Governments, they don't work really on incentives, but how do you see that?
Okay, great question. Thank you very much. So I talked a little bit about what we did as donor governments to incentivize. So allow me to talk a little bit about the role of our African partner governments to incentivize investments. And I think here the most important thing that needs to be done in the immediate future is to secure the demand side. Because companies will continue to struggle to present bankable projects if offtake in Africa is not secured. So African governments should really commit to buy African products being produced on the continents. Of course, always provided that they are of the highest quality and also are priced competitively, but that should be a given. And I know this one is very high on the agenda of Africa CDC. Jean Kaseya is making that point vis-à-vis every Minister of Health, and he's probably talked to all of them in the meantime, at least once, if not twice. Well, second of all, I believe that African governments, and this is not new, and this has been mentioned many times today already, so I make it brief. African governments should produce a conducive environment for manufacturers to flourish. And here I mean investments into professional training institutions, R&D facilities, regulatory authorities, as well as the harmonization of regulatory systems. Also, of course, the African medicines agencies, it's been there for a while, so I really hope that this is speeding up, and the same applies to the African Continental Free Trade Area. And my third point is, and this goes beyond investments, is that governments also have an important role to play in adjusting the legislative environment. And with that, I mean, for instance, facilitating the import of raw materials, again, giving priority to locally made products in procurement processes, or adjust tax regimes to favor locally made over important products. And I know some of your countries already have tax exemptions, so this I really think is a great way to go. And I think there would be many more things that you could think of. And so those are really low-hanging fruits, and I think there you can change a lot without spending too much money. So I think we need to think harder on this as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much on that. Again, thank you. You gave me also a keyword about capacity building with few points that you mentioned. I ask you, Mr. Gray-Johnson, about capacity building. I come back to that question about competences, you know, in the Ministry of Health to understand these very complex animals of investment and you know, in investment environment, and the animals to understand these vehicles.
I'll do you a favor and I'll combine both and
Please.
answer it one time. So if we look at the 24 medical products that I showcased that Africa has decided that we can manufacture these products, we do know that if we don't do it, it will just be another white elephant. So what are we going to do to ensure that this happens? So first of all, we are operating in a space, as I said, accelerated implementation, where we're looking at the health market as a transformative market. So transforming Africa's health market, but looking at how the health ecosystem could generate jobs, employment, and so forth, and make it profitable. So how do we do that? How do we approach a policymaker to explain how important it is for us to really focus on the regional financing hubs and attract the requisite financing to get this project up and running? First of all, as I said in the earlier panel, we have a strong regulatory, supranational regulatory agency, AMA, which the African Union Development Agency invested in 16 years of making it happen through the EMRO program, the Regulatory Harmonization Program. Secondly, because of that, we were able to now put in place a system that can allow us to regulate what we are going to produce. And this is the first project. So we've designed a program for investments and financing in Africa's health sector. And a huge component of that program is capacity building and orienting our public sector and also our decision makers, the need for us to look at the health sector as a growth engine of economies. So we've done 4 things. 1, we're working with Wits University in South Africa, in Johannesburg. And in October this year, we will have the first cohort of 25 permanent secretaries or directors general, depending where in Africa you sit, from a cross-sectional coming together from a multi-sectoral ministries, health ministries, finance ministries, ministries of gender, ministries of youth, ministries of planning, to look at a well-structured program that looks at project preparation, early stage project financing, blended financing, project structuring, project cycle management. It's a 6-day intense course that will allow them to appreciate what it means to attract financing. Of course, the African Union Development Agency has worked for 24, 23 years in the infrastructure space. So we have a lot of knowledge when it comes to project structuring. And this is what we want to translate to for policymakers. Very quickly, 2 minutes. In the same token, we are launching in April, this month, at the World Bank annual meetings, the Georgetown University African Union Development Agency Collaborating Center. And that center will be the pinnacle to allow the countries that are ready to manufacture to receive technical advisory in terms of project structuring, project design, and also secondment of transactional advisory. And then my last minute, we also have an ongoing program with York University to strengthen middle managers in the public sector, where they undertake a master's degree in investments and financing within the health sector. And finally, of course, with the work we're doing with the regional financing hubs in SADC, which is the regional body in the south, in the southern Africa, ECOWAS through WAHO and EAC, where we have a peer-to-peer program, benchmarking and study visits between these regional economic bodies so that we're also capacitating them. Because we cannot do it if we do not transfer the knowledge and build the capacity for this project to take off. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for these examples. I like that. It's very handy. We understand what you mean with capacity building. I just wanted to see whether Mrs. Özcan, she's still with us online. And for you, the 1-minute elevator story of a successful partnership, what would you say makes a partnership financially sustainable?
Well, thank you for that. And you gave me just 1 minute, so I'm going to try to keep it as condensed as possible. Actually, I see 3 key partnerships critical for this mission. One is country partnerships. I think we've spoken a bit about that. And I want to add, especially in Africa, we talk about the share of local manufacturing, but it's actually quite interesting to also see that only 3% of locally met demand is through trade between countries. So I think this kind of partnership is really key to accelerate the sustainable development of the ecosystems in Africa. And the example, I guess, can be drawn from different regions, like in LAC, I know quite a few of the stakeholders, like PAHO, are supporting different markets as well. And the other one I would refer, the other two I would refer to where I will base my example on are public-private partnerships and DFI partnerships. Now, I talked a bit about in my first intervention, the Institute Pasteur Dakar project, and I would say that was a key learning for us that is also influencing the design of the new toolkits or innovative structures that we're looking at. So when we first started working with Institute Pasteur Dakar, with Dr. Sal, we were about, 10 plus institutions that were trying to help with this quite influential project to build up one of the biggest vaccine manufacturing facilities in Africa, with many of us eager to support, but none of us had the whole tools necessary to be able to support the project. So quite distinctively, we were able to get together in a few months' time and form a DFI and partner group. And IFC has been asked to coordinate this group. And through that, as my fellow speakers also referred to, we were all able to look at our whole toolkit, not only specifically 1 or 2 different financing structures. And what happened at the end was that some of the DFIs brought in public financing. Some of us have been able to bring in grant financing. Some of us put together a commercial financing tranche, which we recently closed in December 2024. which was the last leg of the overall 250 million financing package. And this whole thing was coordinated between EIB, KfW, AFD, Islamic Development Bank, African Development Bank, IFC, and USDFC, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some names. And at the same time, institutions like CEPI, Gates, and again, MasterCard Foundation have been supporting the same project. And we've been always able to stay together to make sure there's a holistic financing plan, but also an overall technical assistance to support the project. Now, this is not something that, this was huge amount of work just to coordinate among each other. So this is not something that we could do one by one, project by project, which is basically why we're working on this G7 DFIs facility, where not only the G7 DFIs, African Development Bank and AFREXIM are coming together, but also our other partners like WHO, UNITAID, PATH, and many others are also Global Fund, Gavi, also supporting a working group working on different pieces of the design of this overall facility, which we're hoping is going to allow us to work with a larger group of manufacturers through stages of interventions of funding from different funding sources, different innovative sources, but also similarly technical assistance. And I'll maybe stop by recognizing the very important critical partnership between the governments and companies, as well as the universities in terms of skills building, another quite important challenge that we need to address as we think about bankable projects and the financing projects to make them happen.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience with this finance facility. And we hope to see you then tomorrow here in Abu Dhabi. My last minute goes to Mrs. Olusegun. What project, what initiative, what strategy comes into your mind to improve finance and investment for local production?
So we at ALMA have supported...
Microphone.
So we at ALMA have supported the establishment of end malarial councils, national end malaria councils, and these are multi-sectoral platforms where across the different sectors, government, private, civil society, faith-based groups, they come together and collectively work to support implementation of the National Malaria Strategy and thus support the National Malaria Control Program. And they do this by mobilizing resources, lending the in-kind support to that process, and leveraging whatever expertise or resources they have to ensure that malaria, where the gaps are in national malaria control, they address those, and they ensure that malaria remains high on the agenda of the government and nationally. And so what some of them have done is explored understanding the situation on the context on the ground, understanding that many of the issues stem from accessing the necessary tools or interventions to control or eliminate malaria. They have explored how and if local production of those malaria commodities is a viable option for that country to serve their needs and meet the needs of other countries within the region. And as of today, I think they've raised well over or mobilized well over $125 million in those 10 countries. We have another 5 being launched this month, the month of around April 25th, which is World Malaria Day. And this shows true collaborative effort. And those discussions around local production are very much, they're multi-sectoral, but very much in tandem with government initiatives to invest and boost local production in the country. I don't really have much to add. Katia has said essentially everything else I wanted to say around incentives, financial incentives, but just to highlight the critical need to invest in our youths, to ensure that skills development, to ensure manufacturing is only a part of that value chain. We have R&D, we have clinical trials, we have distribution, and we need the requisite workforce to support this burgeoning sector. And so efforts to engage with higher education institutions, internships, training, etc., are very much needed on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Olugason. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this insightful session, allow me to warmly thank our distinguished panelists, whether here in person or joining us virtually, for the valuable perspectives and the vision. You have shed light on both the opportunities and the challenges we face in financing local production, and more importantly, on the practical steps we can take to move from ambition to action. We have heard today in this room that local production is no longer just a health priority, it is an economic strategy, a matter of national resilience and a shared global responsibility. But none of this is possible without bold, smart, and sustained investment. To move forward, we must break silos between public and private actors, between regions and donors, between health goals and industrial policy. Financing models must evolve to support not only what is profitable, but what is essential. Let us not forget what we heard this morning. The next crisis will not wait for us to be ready. The time to invest in local capacity is now. Thank you so much again. I look forward to the continued discussions and collaboration that will grow from this plenary panel discussion into the parallel discussions that will now follow in 3 different groups. Thank you all again for attending this session, and I wish you a continued lively, engaging, and forward-thinking discussion. Thank you.
Hello to all participants here and speakers. We have an announcement to inform. We will now split into parallel sessions. And for parallel panel discussion 5, coordinating innovative financing and investment mechanisms, which is supposedly in this hall, is now relocated to Hall 6. Breakout room 1. And in this hall 5, we will have parallel panel discussion 6, talking to the bankers, bankable business cases for sustainable local production. Thank you for your attention, please.